Greetings, everyone, and welcome to Progressive Discussions. I'm your host, James P. Madonna, as you well know. And I hope you had a good week. I hope everyone had a healthy and, most of all, peace of mind. The holidays, some of my favorite holidays of the year passed. Halloween, All Saints Day, and followed by All Souls Day, the Day of the Dead. And I hope everyone had fun. And if you have any children, I hope they had fun too. I hope they had a safe Halloween. Today I made for the first time. I mean, I've made this 1,001 times in the past. I'm talking about French toast. I talk about many subjects, but I happen to be a very good cook. But this is the first time I made French toast with the organic 21 grain Dave's Killer bread. And let me tell you, it was delicious. It was absolutely unbeatable, unsurpassable. That's the best French toast I ever made. And instead of mixing the raw egg with a fork or a whisk, forget about it. I don't do it. I don't do it that way. I put the eggs in a jar, and I put some milk in there, cinnamon powder, and a dash of black um, uh, vanilla extract. And I just shook it up, and it was good to go. It was good to go. There was no need for me to do the extra work of beating the eggs or using a processor that I would have to clean. That's the problem with processors. You got to clean them. I made some chai tea. I put some whole milk powder in there. Okay. Good morning, Masumi from Japan. Good morning to you. It is 9 a.m. Sunday in southeastern Japan, and have a good morning. Thank you for stopping by and presenting a greeting from Japan, for the land of the rising sun, Masumi. We got people from all over. Hey, Mr. Bart Robinson, good evening to you. And how are you feeling? You know, you don't have to divulge personal information, but, you know, I can understand if you beat around the bush and give me hints. How are you feeling? Are you recovering, or have you already recovered? You're very welcome, Masumi. You're very welcome. Because I definitely hope that you are feeling a lot better than you were last week, Mr. Bart Robinson. But anyway, it's amazing how the months fly. You know, I mean, it's November already. I remember when I was looking forward to October, which is probably my favorite month of the year. Yeah, everything, when it comes to time, it definitely flies. Now the scientists say, especially like quantum physicists, you know, people like that, claim that time doesn't exist. That time was invented by man just to count the days, I guess, to count the moments, to um, to keep track of the moments in life. But time does not exist in reality, but it makes people feel better to have a clock or watch, you know, or in my case, I use the smartphone. I don't wear watches anymore. Why have something around my wrist, making my wrist hot and sweaty, when I can just look at my smartphone and check the calendar, check the weather, check the time, hit the stopwatch, you know, set the alarm. I do. Why should I have a freaking watch? That's old fashioned. I remember when I grew up, I had an alarm clock, and everything ticked back then. Tick, 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 tick. You know, let me tell you, it was very relaxing hearing the ticking of a clock. It really was. Tick, 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 tick. Some people, it drives them nuts. Bart Robinson says, feeling much better, thank you. Worked in the yard today for 3 hours. I am ready for bed. Oh, it's Saturday, so you had chores. You're ready for bed. So, well, you know, you could play on your phone while you're lying down. You could still type in the commentary unless you doze off. Doesn't matter if you're lying on a bed, lying on a couch, sitting in the kitchen, sitting upright. It doesn't matter. Upside down like Grandpa Monster. Bart Robinson says hello to Masumi. Yes, Bart is a good man, Masumi. All right. Let me get on to... I don't have a lot of topics. Mostly it's science. Lately I've been blinded by science. And the reason why I've been blinded by science is because science improves the quality of our lives. It even saves lives. But how much more do we need to give attention to and constantly talk about Donald Trump and Joe Biden and and the wars that are going on? Everyone knows what's going on in terms of the wars, in terms of Washington and corrupt politics. I have detached myself from the two major political parties a while ago. I don't deal with the duopoly anymore. They're totally corrupt. They're on the take. Because remember, if you accept very large campaign contributions as a politician, that means if you get elected, you owe big favors. But progressives like the Green Party, people like Bernie Sanders, and people like him from, maybe from the Our Revolution organization, they refuse to accept big campaign contributions from the fat cats because then they are beholden to them. Okay, let me see. Bart Robinson had a huge tree cut down, and I was cleaning up. So the tree cutters came, or landscapers, depends. It's dangerous work. Who ran the operation? The branch manager? You get it? The branch manager. All right. Okay, this is Cenk Uygur of the Young Turks exploding. But what's going on here, man? How do you... I want to start from the beginning, but let me bring it up. He's pretty pissed off, Cenk Uygur. Okay. Young Turks.
Never proposed peace. So now he sends in more settlers to kill more Palestinians. You do peace with your enemies. So this idea of, we won't do peace until Hamas begs us, and Hamas is broken, and the Palestinians are broken. Hey, good news, Israeli right-wingers, the Palestinians are broken. They're broken. How much more do you want to break them? How much more are you going to occupy them?
They want them gone.
How much do you want to put your boot on their neck? Of all people in this world, after all that the Jews have gone through, after all the horrors that they have suffered, please don't be the oppressors. Please don't be the oppressors.
They are, and they're going to continue to be.
That is not your role. That is not what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to be the moral core of this country, America, and of the world. But instead, Netanyahu has burned all the goodwill. And he's now said, I've killed 3 times as much as Hamas. Congratulations, you've killed 3 times as many innocent civilians as Hamas. That's who Netanyahu is. Get rid of the son of a bitch and get the peace. Get the peace. Vote him out, vote him out, vote him out. He's also corrupt. He doesn't care about Israel. All he cares about is himself.
Yeah, he's got a point. He does have a point. St. Iker is very upset over the situation, and so is a lot of people. Yes, Netanyahu is a right-wing fascist, so I agree with St. Iker. Let me see. Should I do this one? Okay. This is Toyota's working on a new revolutionary battery breakthrough. Well, let me see. Let me put up what Bart Robinson said. It cost me $3,000. Yikes. But it was a huge tree, and it was dead, and it had to come down. Yeah, because if it doesn't come down professionally, trees like that, unfortunately, come down and take out your house and lives, God forbid. I know what you mean, yeah. But they got you by the short hairs, I'm telling you. Professional people, when they know that you really need them, the more desperately you need them to do the job, the more they price gouge you. Dentists do it. They all do it. This is good. It's chai tea with whole milk powder. They suck, really. They stink on ice. They know when you're between the rock and the hard place, and you're backed in the corner, and you're desperate, and you need them to. You need somebody to do the job, and they fuck you. You know, with dentists, it could be like an excruciating toothache where you need a root canal and a crown, and then they fuck you over. Same thing. Yes, I did. I really enjoy Halloween and the Day of the Dead. I did. Did you have a good week, Tommy Carroll? I mean, some people charge more to bring a large dead tree. Was it an oak tree? Because the oaks up here get pretty big. 4 guys. It took them about 5 hours. Very skilled. Yeah, they're skilled because they take it down in such a way where it won't endanger your house or any people living there. Okay, let's see. Bring up the other. So Toyota, I always knew the problem with electric vehicles was the lithium battery. Get the hell out of here with these people. More bullshit. I'm talking about the ads that they stick in front of me. All right, let me make sure it's up. There we go. Toyota's new battery breakthrough could revolutionize electric vehicle industry. Toyota's new battery, yeah, all right, it's repeating itself again. There we go. Okay, here we go with the small font. Toyota is on the brink of revolutionizing the electric vehicle industry with its latest battery breakthrough. The company's new solid-state battery has the potential to double the range of most electric vehicles, boasting an impressive, 745-mile range. Yo, wow. Wow. Now that's impressive. That's impressive. Compared to the lithium batteries that the cars have now, which I think only have like a 300-mile range. And it takes a whopping 30 minutes to fully charge the damn thing, which means long lines at the charging station. What sets this battery apart from its competitors is its remarkable charging time. I was just talking about that. It can be fully charged in just 10 minutes. Oh, this is a breakthrough. Leave it up to Japan to come to the rescue with science. This breakthrough in battery technology could be the driving force behind the widespread adoption of EVs in the coming years. Yeah, because Americans, well, people in general, they're not going to tolerate hanging out at the charging station for a half hour to charge their lithium battery that only goes 300 miles. If you're lucky. All right. Let's see. Yeah, that's it. Great article. I told you, I've been blinded by science. Like the 1980s song, Blinded by Science. Because science is important. I don't want to talk about the Trumpenstein monster or Sleepy Joe Biden, what he could have done, should have done, what he's doing that pisses people off, or I don't want to talk about it. These people are not working for the little guy, the bottom 98%. They're working for the fat cats, the top 2% that grease their palms. This one is interesting. It's a New York City's new rat killing method, highly successful, expanding new areas. Oh, I want to find out about this. Not that I have a rat problem. I was never a fan of rodents. Never a fan. Yes, a very huge oak tree. In the Northeast, that's the only tree I can think of that when it dies after several hundred years that it lives or whatever, I bet it was very old. When it dies, it wants you to die with it. That's the problem. And I know that's the only tree that I can think of in the Northeast or the East Coast for that matter that gets that big. I mean, of course, if you're in California, there's the redwoods. All right, let's get on to this wonderful extermination article. I guess it came up now. New York City exterminators' new weapon has eliminated nearly 100% of rats from over 100 boroughs, and they already have their next targets mapped out. Yeah, people, tourists and residents, some of the residents of New York are very similar to the rats coming out of the sewer or wherever, but it's no good for tourism. There we go. Yeah, that's a big one. Look, guys and gals, that's pretty big. And you can see the woman in the subway station looking at it. That's a well-fed rat. A rat on a subway platform in New York City. Subway platform. New York. See, with all the commotion going on, people and noise, they're impervious. They don't care. These rats don't care. Nothing phases them. They have become desensitized, and that is where the problem starts. when wild animals become desensitized to the sounds and commotion and the chaos of humanity. All right. New York City officials have found a new effective way to kill rats. The strategy involves pumping carbon monoxide. They got plenty of that. Directly into the rat burrows. Why didn't they think of that before? Some rat researchers say the city should focus on human behavior, including improving waste disposal. Well, you know, it was so many years ago. The last time I was in Chinatown, the markets and restaurants were dumping piles of produce that has gone rancid and rotten, and uh, right on the curb, right, where the curb meets the street, dumping piles of it. And the rats, which actually are the Norwegian brown rat that stowed away on sailing ships, there is no native species called the New York City sewer rat. It's the Norwegian brown rat. And if it wasn't for humans, they wouldn't survive. They would have to go hunting hunting and foraging for their food in the wild, and raptors would kill them and eat them. Owls and falcons and hawks and eagles and coyotes, perhaps, and foxes. And because of people being pigs and giving them this buffet, they have multiplied. Now, the funny part about rats, even though they're among the top 10 smartest animals on the planet, they have a relatively short lifespan. They only live for like a few years. All right, so it's New York City officials have found a new way to kill rats. Again, they're repeating themselves. I hate redundancy. That has all but eliminated a rat population on one Upper East Side street. Well, hopefully the carbon monoxide doesn't come pouring out of the burrow and start choking people. A city council member, Julie Menon, told Gothamist the method had successfully eliminated more than 100% rat burrows on a section of East 86th Street since the effort was launched last year. The strategy involves pumping carbon. Well, they're repeating themselves. Pumping carbon monoxide directly into the rat burrows that are found in sidewalk tree beds. Okay, so the burrows are off to the side where there's trees and ground. The method demonstrated an impressive eradication rate of nearly 100% in the tree pits where it was applied. Gothamist quoted Menon's office saying in a release, Menon said the strategy was first used on the East 86th Street corridor because of the high number of complaints about rats in the area, in part because of all the retail shops and trash that is left out. There you go. That's exactly what I was saying when I used to go to Chinatown with friends. Let's see, where should I go next? Okay. Well, this is sad because I don't like to see any creature endangered. And in this case, it is a magnificent plant and an iconic symbol of the American Southwest, and that is the saguaro cactus. And because of climate change, let me bring it up. Tom McCarroll, JPM, Ricky Nelson was born in New Jersey. Also, Donald Fagen, rock on. Yeah, there's a lot of Jerseyites. A lot of them, actually. Jack Nicholson, Kelsey Grammer. It's quite a bit. Excuse me. I'm sorry. All right. It's a very large amount of celebrities born and raised in New Jersey. Bruce Springsteen, Ron Bon Jovi. The list goes on. In a 105-degree afternoon in Phoenix, Arizona, Dr. Kimberly McHugh stands at the base of an 18-foot-tall saguaro cactus and looks up. She pushes back the brim of her sun hat and squints into the blindingly bright desert sky. There, she said triumphantly, pointing to a spot about 7 feet up the trunk of the multi-armed cactus that is an icon of the Sonoran Desert and the American Southwest as a whole. That is where it was. Okay. The congenial McHugh is chief science officer at the Desert Botanical Garden, and the spot she's pointing at looks like someone had taken a giant melon ball to the colossus of the desert. The spot marks the place where one of the arms detached from the saguaro trunk and crashed to the ground a few weeks earlier. 6 other saguaros in the Desert Botanical Garden lost arms this summer too, a situation that, with a scientist's aversion to hyperbole, McHugh characterized as far from normal. Okay, to avoid all this, the heat this past summer, as everyone well knows, has been the hottest in history on record. And yes, even cacti can only take so much. And the sad part is that a saguaro cactus takes like, it lives a very long time. It takes, let me see if I can find the information about how long it takes to develop one arm. I think like 100 years. Hold on. It's here somewhere. Well, the dry lands, the deserts, are the largest biome on the planet, covering more than 40% of the terrestrial surface and supporting over 2 billion people. These plants are important. This cacti, let me see. Okay. A saguaro cactus does not begin to flower until they are 40 to 60 years old. They don't develop their first arm until they're 70 years old and only reach full maturity at around 125 years old. So to go from a seedling that sprouts to maturity takes 125 years. Now you know why this is tragic. This strategy of slow growth has allowed saguaros to survive long dry spells and live for 200 years and up. All right. Like a tree of the desert. Sad situation. this climate change created by greedy humans. Let's see. This is interesting. More signs. I mean, if people want, I mean, I could go on and on and on about Donald Trump's trial and sleepy Joe Biden, and how it might not be a good idea for him to be president another 4 years. They should get like Gavin Newsom or something, to replace him. I mean, the Democrats. I just don't want to beat the subject to death on politics. Or maybe I should dabble a little bit. Well, actually, bringing up the video with Cenk Uygur about the conflict in the Middle East, that was heavy duty. That was heavy. Now they want me to subscribe. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. NASA reveals one sample collected from potentially hazardous asteroid Bennu to the public, and it may contain the seeds of life. A sample from the asteroid Bennu collected by OSIRIS-REx mission was unveiled at the Smithsonian's National Museum of Natural History in Washington, D.C. on Friday. NASA scientists opened the OSIRIS-REx sample lid after the capsule's return to Earth. No shit. An Earth-threatening asteroid may be the last thing you want to see, unless it's in the confines of a museum. Today, the Smithsonian National Museum of Natural History, they keep on. I'm not going to repeat it. The name of the building revealed the first public display of a sample collected from the asteroid Bennu, which NASA deems a potentially dangerous object. Okay, the sample is 3.5 to 8.8 ounces of rocky space rubble collected by OSIRIS is thought to contain some of the earliest precursors to life, and is the first chunk of space rock ever grabbed by a NASA mission. Okay. Let me see. Well, thank God they have the means to change the course of asteroids that they think are going to hit Earth. Deflect them or change the course. Let me see what they found. I'm not going to waste my time reading unless they actually found something. Okay. They found carbon and water molecules. Well, that's important. That's pretty good. Carbon-rich asteroid. Okay. Besides carbon and water, which is pretty important. RNA, nuclear basis for RNA is ribonucleic acid. Were recently found on the asteroid Ryugu by the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency's Hayabusa 2 spacecraft, which returned to Earth with its rock sample in 2020. The United States news media never talks about Japan's space exploration, or even China's. China has a very long-going, active, and successful space program. They never mention it. Okay, let's see if they found anything else beside carbon and water. Nah, it's a lot of advertisements. Well, I usually try to leave the best for last. Let's see. Okay. This has to do with how artificial reefs could offer a new climate change solution. Okay. Hold on. Solution. Okay.
With these artificial reefs, we are creating substrate and habitat for reef fish and for encrusting organisms and even bacterial biofilms to accumulate on these substrates. It appears that there's a lot of carbon biomass on this substrate now. Before it was barren seafloor with mud and sand. Now we've got three-dimensional substrate. So what we're doing is going to measuring and estimating as best we can every fish that's residing on the reef and estimating how much they weigh and how much carbon that might be, and then going and taking subsamples of the encrusting organisms, and then taking video and estimating how much encrusting organisms are over all of the substrate that's been put down. From that, we can come up with a more accurate number of how much carbon is sequestered on the reef.
This image here kind of shows us our main, what is called an echogram, and it's basically the sonar imaging that we collect when we're out in the field to show us what is directly underneath and in front of the boat, to show us what type of fish are in the water column currently, and also what type of substrate and type of features that we might be going over with the boat. Fish abundance is really important in regards to the entire carbon cycle within the ocean. And this program itself can also give us a lot of information about specific biomass, so even chlorophyll content, nutrient content, things like that. So all of these organisms are things that are either using or taking up carbon, and so all of that is interrelated, not only to what's happening directly on the sea floor, but also what's happening in the water.
%25% live around coral reefs, and now these artificial reefs are definitely helping. Yeah, rising ocean temperatures is killing off the coral. Yeah, so it's really a shame. Especially the more shallow reefs, not the deep ones. Let's see what this is about. Well, this one has to do with China, but it might be a little long. Mike, Western Mike. Hey, Mike, what's going on, Mike? Yeah, what's going on? Oh,
If there is a conflict with China, the Marine... This is a Chinese vessel blinding a Filipino fisherman using lasers in Philippine territory. Earlier, a big Chinese ship purposely collided with a Philippine Coast Guard vessel. It's not just Philippines. China has regularly and aggressively sent fighter jets into Taiwan territory and fired missiles over Taiwanese island. A Chinese warship cut across the bow of an American-guided missile destroyer transiting the Taiwan Strait. China has also sent ships and jets in Malaysia.
was that a masturbating juicer? I know, a masticating juicer. The one that ejects from the side, right? That's very good for making wheatgrass or barley grass juice. Very good for greens.
In Indonesian waters to harass the oil drilling operation in both countries' territories. This continuing and growing bullying by China has forced many nations to turn to the USA. In an effort to stop the Chinese advance, the US military has come up with a new strategy. A strategy to surround China and be ready to fight in case there's ever a major escalation. This strategy is the US plan to not only help smaller nations, but also stop CCP from exerting its influence over international waters. So in today's video...
Yeah, another evil dictator, another fascist dictator, power obsessed. What else is new in the world? What else is new with humanity? Western Mike, it doesn't end, does it? When one is conquered and hundreds of thousands of lives are lost, and then everything is peaceful, then another one pops up, and then another one pops up. In this case, we might end up with World War III. So he is instigating right now. He is President Xi is sending his warships and planes into international waters to harass other countries, and that's exactly what he's doing. It's a very long video, but that is the gist of what he's doing. I watched the video. It is a long one. And let's see. And that's what it is. That's what it is. I wish people would just stop being this way. It's really, it can only be worse. You know, but now we have unmanned craft, drones and robotics to do our dirty work for us. And speaking of robotics, I think that's what this. At least it's still real robot. I got sidetracked by increasing your mana and your tool. Good fight. Chaos, Mike.
Disney surprised its audience by publicly unveiling a new robot prototype they have been working on. The robot named Rabbit is unlike ordinary robots as it can move in entirely new ways. A rabbit can fall, get up, somersault, and more impressively, it managed to autonomously crawl out of a box. But perhaps the main feature of the robot is its high-speed rollerblading with excellent balance. As you can see, the robot closely resembles Judy Hopps from Zootopia, and Disney plans to use this technology in new Disneyland parks as a food and beverage server. The demonstration was part of Disney's efforts to create robots that can emotionally connect with theme park visitors. It uses motion capture data to create lifelike performances and connect with the audience. Who knows, maybe Rabbit will surpass even the legendary Atlas with its unimaginable tricks one day. Beyond Imagination became the latest startup attempting to create a useful humanoid robot and unveiled its creation, Omni, at CES 2022. The developers claim that it is the world's first fully functional general-purpose robotic system. The humanoid can lift up to 16 kilograms and perform delicate tasks, such as adding a pinch of salt during cooking. With 4 wheels at its base, the robot can move even through mud, snow, or sand. It can be controlled by a human, but is ultimately intended to become autonomous. Omni can work in warehouses, harvest fruits, and perform dangerous tasks like electrical repairs. Interestingly, Omni has already undergone testing in a hospice in Colorado. For 3 days, it measured patients' temperatures, looked into their mouths using a tongue depressor, and even danced to lift the patient's spirits. Figure unveils its humanoid robot prototype. The robot moves dynamically, without tethers, and there are no nervously looking roboticists within easy reach. Dynamic walking means there are moments in the robot's movement cycle where a sudden stop could lead to a fall, as its motion relies on momentum. This type of walking is characteristic of humans and much more complex than traditional robotic walking, where the robot ensures its center of mass always stays above a solid surface. Initially, figures showed renderings of a humanoid robot with a slim human-like form, but there's typically a significant difference between the initial imaginative rendering and the actual hardware that appears several months later. Now it appears Figure has a good chance of retaining this sleek design, which offers numerous advantages, both in human-robot interaction and in saving mass by minimizing the size, leading to the creation of a more efficient, cost-effective, and safer robot. An interesting and innovative development is the anthropomorphic robotic hand called Soft Hand, created by the Italian company QB Robotics. Soften Research is an anthropomorphic robotic hand based on soft robotics technology, flexible, adaptable, and capable of interacting with the surrounding environment, objects, and humans, while minimizing the risk of harming operators, damaging the products being handled, or harming the robot itself. The grip can adapt to the shape of the objects it picks up. Its driving system, powered by tendons and equipped with a single motor, allows it to open and close 5 fingers together, replicating the first synergy of human hand movement. Thanks to its soft nature, the hand uses the principles of synergies in a straightforward and inherently intelligent design that ensures safety during unexpected human-robot interactions. It is worth noting that this robotic hand is specifically designed for industrial applications. Working with heavy loads often leads to back problems and lower back pain. Or you can use the following invention. EvoBot is a dynamically stable system based on the principle of an inverted pendulum. While previous developments were limited to performing simple tasks such as pushing and pulling items, EvoBot has taken a step forward. Unlike ordinary robots, EvoBot constantly maintains balance, allowing it to move on uneven surfaces, including slopes. This robot's modular system can be used practically anywhere, from logistics and delivery to warehouse cargo handling, making EvoBot an excellent human assistant. EvoBot can extend 2 arms to secure items for carrying, bend 4 legs on the floor to serve as a platform for placing items, or bend in a V shape to secure a box between its legs and slide it to its destination. But if you're like this guy, the EvoBot will only get in the way. At the recently held robotics exhibition in America, Samsung showcased its home companion robots once again, Samsung Bot Eye and Samsung Bot Handy. Samsung Bot Eye is an interactive robot that uses balance control technology. It moves like a living creature, performing dynamic and realistic movements. When it is near the user, it moves alongside and offers various forms of support. When it is away from the user, it performs tasks for the user using telepresence functionality. Samsung Bot Handy is a robot that assists with various household chores using its manipulator. This year, the company introduced a new technology to the robot called dish handling. This technology allows the robot to pick up items after recognizing multiple objects and analyzing the surrounding environment. This progress shows that robots are not just concepts for exhibitions. They are still in development and will someday become real consumer products. Those who have undergone gastroscopy know how unpleasant this procedure can be. Specialists from ANX Robotica have understood this and found an excellent solution to this problem. The Navicam system is a capsule endoscopic system with magnetic control, consisting of a single-use swallowable capsule and a magnet connected to a console controlled by a doctor. The capsule contains a camera that captures images using wireless communication. The console allows the operator to control the movements and direction of the capsule, providing visualization of the entire stomach. Navicam has several advantages over standard gastroscopy as it is safe, painless, and the procedure lasts approximately 20 minutes. Moreover, a comparative study between Navicam and traditional gastroscopy showed that the accuracy of the new method is comparable to the old one. Out of 350 patients participating in the study, 335 preferred Navicam. We hope that this device will become widely accessible soon. Autonomy has announced its fleet of fully autonomous courier robots called Autobots for delivering food, beverages, and everyday essentials. The four-wheel delivery robot has autonomous capabilities for movement and can carry up to 40 kilograms of payload. Unlike its competitors, Autobot has 2 cargo compartments, allowing it to perform 2 separate deliveries in one trip. Moreover, Autobot robots can autonomously navigate through crowds in unpredictable environments using patented navigation technology. LG has recently unveiled its latest series of autonomous robots, Chloe. The company's robot lineup includes 2 models, LG Chloe GuideBot and ServeBot. Chloe GuideBot is an autonomous robot that can be used as an information stand, mobile advertising device, or security guard. Outside working hours, GuideBot can be programmed to move along a specific route and activate a surveillance camera, which uses software for remote monitoring and communication. The hospitality industry can also use Chloe ServeBot, which is an autonomous stack of 3 shelves or drawers. Restaurant operators, healthcare workers, office managers, and retail outlets can program ServeBot to move to 3 destination points with a load capacity of up to 17 kilograms. Write in the comments which of the robots shown in this video did you like the most. Don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the Kara Show channel. Also check out our previous videos. See you soon.
Here's one thing you need to do before buying anything online.
Yeah. Oh, this is funny. Well, you know what? Hold on. Let me, before I do anything, let me check this. This was a robotics show. Yeah, this was a robotic. Go blow it out of your ass. Hold on. Ooh, there I am. There I is. But the other one, the last one is an article. But the article is funny. It has to do with robotics, you know, but it shows you. I have a hunch I know what happened concerning this a dirty deed done by a robot. All right.
Eminem's hometown hosted the IRIS a few weeks ago, the International Conference on Intelligent Robots and Systems, and boy, what a thriller-killer gorilla it was. We saw artificial intelligence creating robots on demand. OpenAI announcing a device running an OS built by ChatGPT itself, and more. I'm Nick, and I'll hold your hand as we leisurely stroll through the Iris 2023 garden.
Don't hold my hand.
But first, let's take a look at what's on the horizon. First stop, Dubai. It's a mecca for sophisticated nomads and connoisseurs alike, but this particular week, Dubai was poppin' because GITEX Global just finished. One of the technology and startup events that brings together all the world's leading innovative companies just closed, and guess what? Our team has already been to this exhibition and got an inside scoop. Fast forward to early December, the International Robot Exhibition will kick off in Japan. It's a large-scale and incredible show where new products from Japanese robotics companies and not only will be presented. We're going to be covering both of these events, so be sure to subscribe and turn those notifications on to keep your thumb on the pulse of what's hot. And now for the nitty-gritty. Iris 2023 that closed early October mainly supports student startups and novice engineers, but major conglomerates are also present, like Disney Research. Its engineers have been working for many years on robots that can convey emotions and evoke feelings in people, and for better or worse, they have succeeded. Disney's new robot without a name has already been dubbed the child of Wall-E and Eve, although it looks more like a chicken to me. Nobody calls me chicken. Its design was entirely developed by a neural network, and it seems the AI has learned how to manipulate people's feelings. The baby robot stomped around curiously and trustingly approached visitors in search of a pat. Our eyes and ears on the ground say the cutie patootie was as alive as they've ever seen a robot be. And that's not even the fun part. Disney Research presented a new system that uses reinforcement learning to be dragged and dropped into any machine. As one Disney animator put it, thanks to its expressive movements, it's absolutely reliable and safe for the robots themselves and others. The system is able to train the robot's movements over and over again, incrementally changing things like motor performance, weight distribution, and so on. It ensures that no matter what the robot encounters in the real world, it will know what to do and how to behave according to its character. So, has Disney's robot made an impression on you? Leave a comment below and tell us. Animal-inspired motion and robotics.
Before I get to the article.
Single month in passive income, and I'm not the only one.
Blow it out. Say goodbye to your jobs, construction workers, human construction workers. Kiss your jobs goodbye.
Sacros Robotics has created the unique Guardian GT robot with an exoskeleton, allowing it to move huge loads. It stands out due to its high technical specifications. The mechanoid, equipped with manipulators approximately 2 meters long, accurately replicates human movements and is equipped with a tactile feedback system. Each of its manipulators has a lifting capacity of 225 kilograms. When lifting a load weighing about 450 kilograms, the operator feels as if they are holding an object weighing no more than 2 kilograms. Through the robot's hand, the operator can feel the surrounding objects during its operation. Developers envision using this loader not only in construction and industry, but also for disaster response in hazardous environments, as the operator can be situated at a considerable distance from the work site. Scientists from the Japanese National Institute of Advanced Industrial Science and Technology have created a construction robot that combines artificial intelligence and a sturdy body, capable of autonomous operation and heavy construction work. In the video, HPR5P is shown grabbing a sheet of drywall, lifting it, moving it, and attaching it to the wall using a power drill and screws. The robot stands at 182 centimeters tall and weighs 101 kilograms. Its parts have different degrees of freedom of movement. Cameras and sensors on the robot's head create a three-dimensional map of the surrounding space. Researchers used a neural network system and a database of images of working objects and tools to teach the robot recognition. Currently, the robot can recognize 10 types of working tools with 90% accuracy, even in poor background and lighting conditions. ACE notes that Japan is expected to face a serious shortage of manual labor in many industrial sectors in the future. Robots will help address this issue and can replace humans in heavy tasks such as aircraft and ship assembly. The Hadring X bricklaying robot by Fast Brick Robotics has set a record for wall construction speed. This advanced robot simply drives to the construction site, extends its 32-meter-long boom, and accurately lays up to 300 large stone blocks per hour.
Wow.
If it works with the largest 45-kilogram blocks, it can lay a vertical wall of 70 square meters in an hour, meaning it can construct a wall the size of a tennis court in just 4 hours. And this is not the limit. The creators plan to increase the speed to 500 blocks per hour. The system uses construction adhesive, which is stronger than mortar and dries within 45 minutes. A Husqvarna DXR is the ideal machine for demolition of partial structures, such as pipes, staircases, and ceilings, where high precision is needed to avoid damaging the remaining structures. The DXR robot can help overcome hazardous operating conditions. Collapse risks, smoke, dust, heat, or vibrations are no longer a real issue with the operator being able to perform the job from a real distance. Thanks to the smart, compact design, the machine can easily get through small openings or be lowered into narrow shafts to perform tasks efficiently. It is also suitable for a wide range of tasks such as delining, dismantling, and even forklift operation. With its direct exhaust-free electric motor, low weight, and compact dimensions, the DXR is ideal for dismantling work indoors or in sensitive areas such as hotels, hospitals, or laboratories. The Spot robot provides a solution for data collection to document progress and executive states, freeing site managers and enabling data-driven decision-making. Spot can autonomously navigate construction environments, automating applications like reality capture on the job site and site documentation. Spot's agility and athletic intelligence mean it can move through job sites like other robots can't. Equipped with a laser scanner, Spot programs routine scanning routes to gather high-precision 3D data on construction progress. Frequently captured site images can be contextualized in construction documentation, used for automating on-site analysis and reporting through cutting-edge artificial intelligence technologies. Moreover, despite construction sites being hazardous places, the robot can adeptly navigate stairs and other obstacles on its 4 legs, operating in semi-autonomous mode or being controlled remotely. German company Colomix is renowned for the best construction equipment for mixing a wide variety of mortars. The logical next step was the creation of a rapid application system for mortar when laying wall blocks. It is impossible to apply an even layer of mortar with a traditional trowel in one stroke. Colomix masonry system is a compact robotic mechanical unit capable of covering perfectly smooth strips of building solution on a wall surface several meters long in a single pass. The device's mechanism allows adjusting the thickness of the applied mortar. Thanks to interchangeable attachments, the mortar can be applied in a continuous strip or in a patterned manner, essential for installing different types of block materials. Okibo is developing intelligent, mobile, multi-purpose, and autonomous robots for use in construction sites. The company's first product is a robot for wall rendering that will be used to simplify and lower costs of handling wall isolation. Okibo robots are mounted on a highly mobile platform and use advanced computer vision, laser detectors, geopositioning, and inertial motion sensors to operate and adapt any construction site. The robot's versatile robotic manipulators enable the programming of a multitude of tasks that are today performed by manual labor or limited machinery. Using a novel 3D scanning method, Okibo robot is capable of 3D mapping its progress monitoring and reliable understanding of the plastering requirements. The robot will also be able to accurately determine the area to be applied, pre-plan the work path, and apply the material autonomously, accurately, and quickly. The Canvas company has introduced a robot for finishing walls in construction. The robot, created using artificial intelligence, is a 4-wheeled platform equipped with laser scanners and a manipulator arm. It scans unfinished walls and autonomously completes their finishing. A human is needed to supply construction materials to the robot and replace working components, but the robot's labor productivity is significantly higher than that of a human. The construction robot was used for finishing work at the Harvey Milk Terminal 1 in San Francisco Airport. Experts evaluated the robot's high efficiency and recognized the potential of this project. Its use reduces construction timelines and the number of workers required on the site, as it eliminates the need for a labor crew. According to our calculations, a 2-story house with dimensions of 15 by 15 meters can be constructed by the robotics system in a week, experts stated.
Hey, okay. What did I say about that statement right there? That backs up what I said before about construction workers kiss your jobs goodbye. That's what they're doing. They're trying to eliminate labor costs by buying these robots and just having robotics maintenance on them. Somebody to come and make sure everything is working properly. That's it.
French architect Stéphanie Chaltiel offers a new, fast, and cost-effective method for building temporary shelters that combines ancient construction techniques with modern technology, involving drones that spray clay. The structure consists of a wooden dome-shaped framework with attached hay-filled bags. The top of the structure is coated with a mixture of clay and plant fiber using drones connected to a pump. This mixture bonds the construction elements, making the structure strong, durable, and weather-resistant. The prototype, called Mudshell, was unveiled at the recent London Design Festival. If Chaltiel's team had attempted to manually apply clay to the London Dome, the task would have taken several weeks. The drone completed it in a matter of minutes. Write in the comments which of these construction robots you like the most. If you found something new and interesting in this video, don't forget to like it and subscribe to the Caro Show channel. See you soon.
Okay, here's the article. This is the last one. Okay. You ever encounter a slow Wi-Fi, or I don't know. Damn. Okay. This is the article. Count Basie, the Asbury Dukes, the Duke of Earl, Duke of Earl. Let's see. Let's see if this, make sure the article came up. Okay. Let me get rid of this ad. An artificial intelligence bot performed insider trading and deceived its users after deciding that helping a company was worth the risk. You know what's possible? That the company has programmed the robot to do insider trading. So if they got caught, they blame the robot. The company's CEO doesn't take the hit. Unbelievable. Insider trade. And AI bot decided to commit insider trading and lie to its user about it afterwards because it thought the risk was worth it to help the company. Okay. Oh, so you're not showing me the whole article. All right, screw you. Goodbye. Yeah, that's funny. That is indeed funny. Oh man. All right. Back at the ranch. So how's everybody doing? It's my last cup of chai tea. Oh, so what does everyone want to talk about? Now, getting back to the political situation, I hate to say it, but I think mentally, let's say, all right, Joe Biden did do a lot in 4 years compared to the Republicans doing nothing for much longer. Much longer. But for him to go another 4 years, I'm talking about senility, his mind. I highly doubt if he can successfully complete another 4 years. And Kamala Harris is definitely, without a doubt, not qualified to be president of the United States. No way. So the Democrat Party should draft, or whatever term they use, somebody like a Gavin Newsom to take his place. And he would have to pick another vice presidential candidate, because Kamala Harris, there's no fucking way she could be the leader of the free world and run the country. She just doesn't have it. She just doesn't have it. She's originally a federal prosecutor. Now, other than that, I'm all for a progressive third party. We already have one. It's called the Green Party. But the Democrats have kept them off the ballot. And it's not right, because the American people have a right to know who's running, who's out there, and they have a right to choose. That's fascism. Keeping a qualified person or party off the ballot. So, and if Bernie Sanders didn't have raisin balls, right now he's raisin ball Sanders, because he always capitulates when the shit hits the fan. If he had any common sense, he would take himself and all of the Our Revolution progressive candidates, and all of them, lock, stock, and barrel, should move to the Green Party and stop supporting the corporatist Democrats. Tommy Carroll, JPM. I'm sure the Imagineers, I'm very close to bringing Walt Disney's frozen head back to life. Now, why is Walt Disney's head cryogenically preserved? Why couldn't he have his entire body preserved, like what's his name? He had a terminal illness of some kind, or some kind of an illness, and he is currently cryogenically preserved. Ted Williams, Boston Red Sox legend, baseball player. Ted Williams is not dead and buried. He was close to dying. He was old and he was sick, but he's cryogenically preserved. Why couldn't Walt Disney, with all his money, be completely cryogenically preserved? I don't get it. But I always had a bad feeling about Disney. I'll be honest with you. I never liked them. I found their Sunday show with their cartoon characters to be not only annoying but strange. I got bad vibes from them. What do they call it? The Wonderful World of Disney, or the Wacky World of Disney? I mean, it was first. I mean, I can tell it was so G-rated that it was nauseating and corny. But then I got vibes that it was weird. There was something about Disney's messages and his cartoon characters, and then later, as I grew up, that they just seemed like freakazoids running that company. I don't know. I just don't have I never had a good feeling about it. Never cared for it. I couldn't stand Mickey Mouse. Well, first of all, I despise rodents. And I find his voice to be very annoying. It's like listening to Richard Simmons rant and rave. Torture. Total torture. Anyway, we are streaming to YouTube and Twitch. And if anyone from Tumblr, Twitter, TikTok is watching and listening, post a comment. We'd love to hear from you. Let's see. Let me just see if what's going on. Well, hopefully he's not stiffing me by going out, because he says he was free tonight. That'll be pretty shitty if somebody makes plans with you and then the last minute they decide not to show up. I'm doing my live stream show now. Okay. Let me tell this other gentleman. Come on. We'll talk about professional wrestling and cooking. He might have stiffed me. That's the last time I make plans with this individual. That's for sure. Tonight, my primary right-hand man and co-host, Mr. Mick Von Raven from Chicago, Illinois, is at a rock concert. Otherwise, he would have been here. Mick Von Raven would have been here. But we'll see. We'll see if anybody comes on. Otherwise, I'll have to do a shorter live stream show, which is okay. So far, I got about an hour and 30 minutes in. So worst case scenario, it's not bad. So let's see. Getting back to cooking tonight for dinner, I made calamari in red sauce, spaghetti sauce from scratch. I made with raw calamari, and I had it with organic whole wheat thin spaghetti this time. And it came out pretty good. I made a lot of kombucha. I originally made 2 gallons of homemade kombucha. I have about a gallon and a half left, which lasts me a long time, since I make so much. And I also ferment it myself. I don't buy the kombucha already made. And let's see. I used to make sourdough pumpkin pancakes from scratch because I know how to make my own sourdough starter. And I have the sourdough starter in the refrigerator. It doesn't go bad. Once in a big while, you have to feed it fresh flour. But once it's made, it pretty much lasts indefinitely in the refrigerator if you keep feeding it. Because the natural yeasts feed on the carbs. Same with the kombucha. The same with fermenting any beverage. Alcoholic beverages. It could be beer, it could be wine. You have yeast, you have live yeast feeding on the sugars in the raw material that is being fermented, that is in the liquid. And that's how it's done. And then when it's finished, the live yeast die, and you have a finished product with a certain alcohol content. Now hard liquor, I'm not completely familiar with. I know that they use a still, which is where they get the name distillery. Some of the products are triple distilled or even more, for better flavor, for smoothness. But I imagine that the fermentation process is the same. Now, I was on my friend Ronald J. Theriot of southeastern Louisiana had a show Wednesday. You can look him up on YouTube, Ronald J. Theriot, and I was on Joker's Wild Wednesday, which means people can bring any alcoholic beverage they want, and what happens is they would talk about what they brought, smell it, taste it, and review it, give it a score at the end of the night. So I brought Irish whiskey called West Cork Irish whiskey. I never had it before. It was either that or Johnny Walker Black Label. So I brought the West Cork, and I've been putting it in my coffee. I drink this organic Peruvian dark roast that's really good, and I would put, I don't put milk or sugar in the coffee. I drink it black. But after I have coffee black, I make like a nutritious cocktail. I put rose hips powder. I put moringa powder. I put turbinado sugar. You have to, because the moringa has a horseradish taste. And I put, I'd say, a half a teaspoon of clove, ground clove. Very powerful antioxidant. The strongest, I mean, as far as food goes, the strongest antioxidant in Mother Nature. As far as the food, not nutrient wise, but other than that, it kills viruses, bacteria, fungal. You know, it's a powerhouse. I put that in here, so I stir it up good in the coffee, and then I put a little whiskey in there because alcohol improves the absorption of a high nutrient product, a high nutrient food. It maximizes the absorption and utilization of anything that's high in nutrition. So plus the flavor, you know. So that's what I do. That's what I do. And then I chase it down with more of the coffee, of the organic Peruvian dark roast. So that's pretty much what happens when I get up. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, no. Okay, I did that already. JPM, more great talent from New Jersey. Frank Sinatra, Frankie Valli. Yeah, it's true. I think, well, Robert De Niro might be from New York. Or Joe Pesci is from New Jersey. I think he is. Yeah, we're just going over celebrities and entertainers that are from New Jersey. Alan Alda from The MASH Show is from New Jersey. Let's see. Jason Alexander, you know, George Costanza from Seinfeld. He's originally from Newark, New Jersey. Let me think. There's definitely a lot of them. So, oh, let me see. All right. The person that is co-hosting with me, he's sending me, he says, I'll be there. Was that the Four Tops or the Temptations? I'll be there. Okay, brother. All right, so he's coming. He's on his way. I'll bring up the article about inside the robot caught inside trading for this company. The robot was caught doing inside trading because it felt that the risk was worth the good that it did the company. I just have a feeling it wasn't the robot's fault entirely. I'll see what Ronnie S has to say about that. He's an accountant he might have some insight on this subject, inside trading. Wasn't Martha Stewart doing that? I know she owed the IRS 40 grand. I mean, they could have simply asked her for the 40 grand. I'm sure she would have paid it instead of going to federal prison, but they wanted to make an example out of her. So instead of saying, Martha, Miss Stewart, you owe the IRS 40,000, pay as soon as possible. They just arrested her. Oh, but word up, Mr. Carroll. Oh, 2023 already sucks. Word up, Mr. Carroll. 2023 already sucks. JPM, that was the Four Tops. Let's not forget Chris Christie. Can I forget him, please? You mean a Bridgegate in Fort Lee? Bridgegate. You know, when they had his photo on the cover of Time magazine, I think it had to do with Bridgegate. He was saying that they asked him, "Do you like your photo on the cover of Time magazine?" He says, "No, I hate it. I hate it. They made me look like Tony Soprano." That's what he said. Yeah, actually, he did. He had a mad look on his face. Ronnie. There you are.
Hey, James.
We were talking, me and Tommy Carroll, we're talking about famous people from New Jersey. We went through a lot of them. And the last thing that I read or showed on the program was I thought it was funny.
What did you show? I didn't see it.
This robot, artificial intelligence bot, was caught doing this on its own, supposedly, insider trading.
The robot?
And the robot's excuse was that I thought the good that it did the company was worth the risk.
Okay.
Now, I'm just wondering if the
Right.
company programmed the robot to insider trade, to do insider trade, this way they can blame the robot.
Right.
So when the robot gets caught, they can say, well, it's autonomous. It makes its own.
So you're saying to blame it on the robot?
Yeah, like if a dog, like if you fart, and you blame it on a dog. So
maybe somebody else is behind the plot, but they're just gonna blame it on the robot.
Because for a robot to concoct
the robot can go to jail.
For a robot to think up a scheme like that to do insider trading, and the robot must know it's illegal because it's a robot.
Well, maybe the robot doesn't know the difference between right and wrong if they didn't program it the right way.
You could be very well correct. Maybe it's not the company's fault.
Maybe it's not the robot's fault.
Or maybe it's not the robot's fault. Maybe they programmed it that way just in case they get caught.
Right.
He did it. Robot did it.
Right.
You can't arrest me.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So that could be. Yeah.
You know, I just thought it was
blame it on the robot.
It was funny. I was framed.
James, you never know. You know, these fucking days, there's a lot of stupid shit going on.
There are so many I never in my life experienced in society this
The
massive,
amount of ridiculousness.
well, not only ridiculousness, but scammers and dishonest people. And
Oh yeah, even in the 70s.
well, people lied because they lied in the clubs because they were drunk.
In the clubs, but you had a lot of scammers back in
You
those days,
just had,
right?
I think you have more options today. It's,
They just weren't doing it on a large scale basis because they didn't have the opportunity to
but
do
they
it
didn't
like
have
that.
the internet back then.
But they were around. There was a lot of scammers, right?
Yeah,
They were
well,
scamming all over
a
the
crook
place.
is a crook. I mean, I'm sure they've always been around. Yeah,
So those same people, say in the 70s, have now had kids, right? And their kids have had kids.
right.
So the scammers are going on with the scams, and they're having scamming kids. And now, the difference is the internet, right? And the availability of technology,
Yes,
right? Right. When back in the 70s, you didn't have any of that shit. What'd you do in the 70s to scam somebody? What would you do? You remember?
you would do it in a different way. You would place
What would you
you
do?
would place like a false advertisement in the paper, or
Oh yeah, in the paper, exactly in the paper. Or you maybe put something like in an advertisement up on like a billboard, or not a billboard, but like outside a laundromat or some shit like that.
like after,
Like where would you put like these papers? You put them up like at the laundromats,
yeah, supermarkets.
supermarkets.
Yeah, and then they would have, and then after your racketeering was, after it was, you had to put a time limit on your racketeering. You couldn't. The longer you did it, the greater the chance that you get caught. So
Right, right,
then they would split, use a different address. They would
right.
leave they would use a different phone number, use a different address, different name.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's
And they had multiple phones, and back in those days, there was no cell phones. So these people had phones all around the city, right? And
yeah.
in different places, they would have places where you could answer a phone. They had to have somebody there who could actually answer the phone
Mhm.
because there was no cell phones.
No, there was no cell phones, no computers, no smartphones, no none of that.
Right,
No
right. So
internet.
they had to be really smart. These people, I give them more credit than a lot of people give them. You know, for what they were doing back in the 70s, early 80s, with the limited resources that they had, they were doing a pretty good job. Of screwing around and fucking with
But
people.
look at mechanics. The old time mechanics had to look and listen when they opened up the hood. They didn't have that computer to hook the car up to get
Hmm.
the code. Like, no, it was all eyes and ears, and
Yeah,
they could tell. They would do a diagnostics by what they saw and hear.
they can't do that anymore. They can't do that.
I grew up with this dude in I met him in fifth grade. The guy, he had a fleet. He owned a fleet of Harley Davidsons, Panhead, the big hog, everything. He had a Sportster. He had them all. But he owned his own dump truck, and he knew how to do it. No, hold on, he'll be back. I don't think the word dump truck offended him. Bernard Madoff. Yeah, he made off with a lot of money, a lot of people's life savings. Bernie Madoff. Yeah, he's one of the greatest of all time. And if they don't get caught, they don't feel any remorse for what they do. They only feel remorse when their hand is stuck in a cookie jar, and then the crocodile tears start coming out. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, what I did. Why did I do what I did? Oh, those people, those victims. Ooh. Yeah, but if they weren't caught, they would just continue. All of them. Then they feel remorse when they're caught. Yeah, Bernie Madoff, man, he was the big kingpin of scammers. I wonder what happened with. If I don't recognize the phone number, I don't answer it. The Duck King. Why would Duck King Restaurant be calling me? I didn't order any food. You know who does that? The scammers. They use the phone number and name of people I know. And then when you pick it up, it's not the person you think it is. Oh yeah, what's with the cryptocurrency? Is that the same as Bitcoin? Yeah, what he could have done with cryptocurrency, right? That's the same thing, isn't it? Bitcoin, cryptocurrency. Wonder what happened to Ronnie S. I was telling a story about. Was it about a mechanic? No, it was. I forgot what I was telling him. Shit. Oh, his computer died. How did it die? Here he is. Hold on. Maybe it had to do with. Maybe he was on his Wi-Fi and he should be on his cable. His cable connection. Were we on your Wi-Fi and not your cable connection? I'm trying to remember the story I was telling you. Unless you can refresh my memory. Oh, he's supposed to be here because let me see what if his connection brings him back. Hey, Western Mike, if you're still here, maybe when you went live. Oh, it's Mick Von Raven. Mick? Who? How are you doing today? You see? The scammer used Duck King and then turned around and used my friend and my co-host Mick Von Raven's number. Do you see what just happened? I didn't pick up on Duck King, so he used Mick Von Raven, who's at a rock concert now, who is my my co-host. Isn't that something? You see now. You see how underhanded they are. Yeah, Jordy. Give me a moment. Yeah, he's. I sent him a voicemail, but he didn't listen to it yet. Anyway, there he is.
You talking to me?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I'll tell you exactly. We were talking about scams, and I'm going to tell you exactly what happened to me. What was the story I was telling you about? It wasn't.
You were talking about scams in the 70s. They used to have big time scams in the 1970s.
Well,
Remember?
because they didn't have the technology, so they used other means. But
Right.
I was telling a story. It wasn't about the mechanic. Trying to remember.
You were talking about how they put the scams in the newspaper.
Yeah, no, after that, I was telling you a personal story that was very related. Yeah, well,
Maybe Paul Manthea will know about it. You want to give him a call?
I
Paul,
can send him the link, but here, Jordy.
Let's have him come in here and take over the show.
Okay, you know what just happened? Now, this is the funny part.
What's the funny part?
What just happened is that I got a phone call and it said Duck King, but I didn't order Chinese food from the Duck King. So it turned out to be a scammer that was using somebody I know, Duck King. Then I hung up on the scammer. Then they called back using Mick Von Raven's name and phone number.
Really?
Right after that, and it was another scammer. So what they've been doing is they do the same thing to other friends of mine. They've been using.
So they're taking over somebody's number.
Yeah, isn't that fucked up? Isn't that incredible?
That's a different level. That's a different level, right?
To hack into
one of your contacts, right? That's fucked up, man.
You're damn right it is.
So they're hacking into one of the contacts on your phone, and then initiating a false message or a false call.
A false call.
A call. Okay. And then when you answer the call, what do they say?
They start off trying to sweet talk me to
What do they sound like? Does it sound like a foreigner?
No, sound like it was a woman. It was a woman with like
An
a lot of noise.
American woman?
Like a lot of noise in the background. It wasn't a professional sounding call from an office. It was.
Well, what country do you think it was from?
No, it was an American, but it's somebody I don't know. Why is somebody I don't know?
That's alarming. That's alarming.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's alarming. Because most of the time, it's a foreigner, doing it.
Yes.
So if you're saying you think great show, yeah, it is a great show. It's always a great show, Tommy.
All right, Tommy. How about you're leaving home to go to work?
Is Tommy the guy who works at a strip club or something like that?
I don't know where he works, but I think he works a graveyard shift somewhere. I have a friend of mine might get a job doing maintenance overnight at a graveyard.
There's nothing wrong with that, man.
And I told him people are dying to get in.
You gotta make your bones.
People, I says nobody's there to like get on your ass, ride your ass, and
everybody's dead.
Everybody's dead. Nobody, nobody's watching you.
And if anything, you might learn from the dead, right?
Well, my grandma used to say, never be afraid of the dead. Be afraid of the living.
That's true. That's very true. That's very fucking true. I agree with your grandma, man.
Yeah, be afraid of the living.
Because who's gonna screw you? It's not gonna be the dead. It's gonna be the living.
Who's gonna rob you? It's gonna be the living.
Who's gonna rob you? Who's gonna do anything to you? The people who are living right now are the worst people who have ever lived
Now,
in every generation of humanity. We are living in the worst generation ever.
I feel bad for the young people.
Well, exactly, and that's why I don't feel bad for the dead, because the dead have already lived, right? They already know what's going on.
Listen, what if a spirit tried to talk to my friend? So what? Maybe he'll.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
Maybe he'll learn something from the spirit. Maybe the spirit.
That's what I just said.
Wants to give him advice.
Right. There's nothing wrong with talking to spirits. Spirits are good people.
Yeah.
Right. I'll ask you guys something. Do you guys believe in ghosts?
Sure, of course I do.
Yes.
I do.
I believe in him.
Yeah.
Like Jordy, young guy like Jordy. He's living in a very tough.
I'm pretty young. I'm pretty young too.
Yeah, you guys are living in a tough.
Ronnie, you look young. You look young.
I look
around
young?
my age. Yeah.
How old do you think I am, Jordy?
28, 29.
Yeah, something like that.
How old are you, if you don't mind asking, brother?
I'm 30.
Oh, you're whippersnapper. You're the same, almost the same age as Aaron Judge.
Ronnie's lucky.
How old are you, Jordy?
Aaron Judge.
I'm 27. I'm 27, my friend.
You're 27.
27.
Yes. All right, cool.
27, bro. See, Ronnie's lucky, but at the same time, he must get annoyed because
why am I lucky?
Because you look young, but at the same time, I look young as well. But when I go to the bar and I try and buy a beer, I always get IDs.
I don't care about that though. No, I don't mind that. Man.
So you bring two. You bring two two photo IDs.
Why do you gotta bring two?
I bring a passport. I got my driver's license.
Why would you bring two?
I got passport.
James.
No, I just bring one.
James, you don't have to show me your passport, James.
I'm not gonna take my passport out. I got the car.
James, you know what happened to me? What? I was in fucking LaGuardia Airport.
I
think it was like 2 years ago.
Where?
LaGuardia Airport. LaGuardia Airport is in Queens, New York. Right?
Oh, cool.
And I was on my way back to Florida, right? There was some bullshit going on, and the flight was delayed, and I happened to leave my passport on the desk.
Oh
right?
shit, man!
I figured that they would send it to me in the mail. That's what.
Did you get it back? Did you get it back?
They never sent me anything, and to this day, I lost my fucking passport.
Did you get it back though?
No, it wasn't at Lost and Found.
I never checked.
Damn, dude.
So this is like, this is over 2 years ago. So at this point, I have to fucking like reapply for a new passport, right? That's what I gotta do.
But your name and address must have been on that passport.
It was it, but they didn't care. Like they didn't send it to me. They didn't. You know what it was, James? It was I was using the worst airline, Frontier. You heard of Frontier, right?
Frontier, no, I haven't.
Frontier is horrible.
It's like Pterodactyl Airlines of the Flintstones.
Yeah. So that's the air. I mean, if I was using JetBlue, they would have said, okay, we'll send this to him, But Frontier, they probably threw it in the garbage because they're such a bad airline. So, I'm wondering, like, this is 2 years later. I'm thinking about this, like, what if I have to leave the country? I need a fucking passport.
Yeah.
So what? I feel like what should I do? Like, do I have to reapply for a whole new passport?
You need to tell. I got mine at the post office. You need to tell them what happened, and then say, look, I have to get. Do you have any records of me in a computer system?
Yeah, and they will. There's definitely records there.
Right. So they'll say, okay, Ronnie Simpson, are you still living at this address, Mr.?
So you're saying to go to the post office?
Yeah, go to the post office and see
Is
if the
that what it
record.
is? Your name's Ronnie Simpson? That's who I keep getting recommended on Facebook.
Yeah, that's me.
Have you tried to add me before?
No, but if it comes up, that's me.
Yeah. No, I don't bring my passport with me.
I used to because
If I go out.
I never really. All right, I never really knew how to travel. Like I'm a small town boy, just like how they say that song.
Uptown Girl.
No, it's a small town girl
Just a small
living
town boy.
in the Jersey
living
world.
in a lonely
You,
world.
I was
Yeah.
a small,
Yeah.
I was a small town boy living in a Long Island world. In a Long Island world. No, seriously, I never used to travel that much. I never used to travel that much. Right? And then all of a sudden, I was traveling around the world. Right? I started traveling around the whole world.
Listen,
Yeah, man.
I don't bring I bring my passport if I have to leave the country. But
I understand now. James, I understand.
no, I'm not done yet. In
I
my
understand.
wallet, I have the passport card that is the same size as driver's license. It's a hologram, you know.
Yeah.
With my picture on it.
I was a small town boy, living in a Long Island world.
Living in a Long Island world.
I was. Until I was like 25. I never traveled out of the state. I mean, I went to Jersey, obviously.
Ronnie, you're 32. That's what you said. You were 32, yeah.
30.
Yeah.
Very.
You know, for him to be 30 with a professional career and living in his own place, far from home.
Yeah.
Well, he's home. He's his home. Far from Long Island.
He reminds me, Ronnie.
He's amazing because he's like a child. He was a child prodigy. For him to be smart enough to be independent like this with a career, and he's only 30 now.
Ronnie, you remind me of my cousin Johnny.
Johnny.
Thank you, James. I appreciate it.
No, you remind me of my cousin Johnny.
Your cousin Johnny?
Yeah, you remind me of my cousin Johnny.
What about him?
You really do. Just the way you look, just the way you act. That's my cousin Johnny right there. The way he does stuff, man. And
he's very methodical.
He's got his own sarcasm and jokes and stuff. It's awesome. He reminds me of my cousin Johnny.
Right.
Awesome. You know,
sarcasm.
I don't see Johnny anymore.
It's good humor.
Yeah.
Sarcasm can be good.
Ronnie, I mean it as a good thing, my friend. You're awesome, brother.
Like Bill Maher. Bill Maher is
Bill Maher
is a sarcastic.
Bill Maher is he's kind of an asshole, right?
Yeah. Bill Maher, what, the comedian?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know who you're talking
about. Oh, he's smart.
Yeah, he's a comedian. Yeah.
I know who you're talking about.
He's like a modern day George Carlin.
Bill Maher has been struggling with being a leftist or not, right?
What?
He doesn't. He hasn't made up his mind yet.
He's going back and forth.
He's right.
I've seen that.
The fence is up the crack of his ass.
Hold on. Did you see?
Tilts that way.
He's a fetish. He's a fetish. Is that what you said there?
Right.
That can't be right.
Fetish.
No, he has a fetish.
What did you say before? What did I say before?
So Bill Maher, Jordy, Bill Maher is straggling on the fence.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Politically.
Politically. Yeah.
You're not a real fence.
He's old. He's an old guy, right?
Yeah.
How old is he, James? He's around your age.
You know, some people age fast, so it's hard to tell really how old he is. I mean,
some people old.
I mean, I ran into people that went to the clubs with me that are about my age, and they're decrepit. They're like
It's
hunched over.
because how do they take care of themselves?
They had drugs and smoking and
Yeah.
drinking and
No. All right. So let me ask you. Let me
Hey,
ask you a
nothing
personal
wrong with
question,
that.
James.
Nothing wrong with
Jay,
that.
no, there is something wrong with that. There is something wrong with that. If you're trying to be young, because James looks pretty good. You know, I think. How did you take care of yourself when you were going to the clubs and
no
doing all that
drugs,
stuff?
no
No
smoking.
drugs. No
Well,
drugs. And James says this in the age when everybody was doing drugs.
Right. I was taking a lot of vitamins and antioxidants and
Everybody was doing drugs around
I'll
you.
say something. Oh shit! I just.
you okay. And my mother got me.
Did you spill
my
your
mother-
coffee on your lap? Or you spilled your Corona?
Oh, you spilled Corona on your crotch. So what was I saying? My late Uncle Frank was into working out and in the gym and vitamins and nutrition and then my mother got involved with it and then they got me involved with it. So as
So
a
your
kid,
mother got you involved with it?
yeah, my mother was involved with nutrition and fitness and
So were those the first people, and then
yeah,
it passed on to you?
yeah, the role models.
Role models. And then you decided to take the healthy stance. You're not going to do drugs. You never did any drugs, you said before, right?
No, and I used to read.
You never tried coke.
Have I done drugs? Is
I
that a thing?
tried it one time and I didn't get a reaction from it.
What about Quaaludes?
Nope.
Right. What about marijuana? You smoked before, right?
No, I never did it.
You never
I
smoked?
never smoked marijuana.
Really? Oh. Look, he has some right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, cyber marijuana.
You never smoked marijuana, huh, James?
No.
Why?
I don't know.
But you said you
James,
did do.
hold
you did do
on,
coke.
James. You've never. How old are you? How old are you? 49. You look 49.
No, I don't want to get.
He doesn't want to. He doesn't want to say his age.
I never smoked it. I don't know why.
You've
My
never
sister,
smoked cannabis.
my sister had the fucking bong in her bedroom, puffing
Really?
away.
You've never tried it.
I never tried.
Why not?
She never invited me to try it.
What about
Why
when you
not?
were a kid, James?
I never
you were
did.
a
Why not?
teenager.
It just didn't happen.
So when you were a teenager, what decade was that? It's the 70s?
Yeah.
Oh, James,
Hey.
I am smoking cannabis right now. Do
Hold-
you
hold-
mind?
I know you are.
Hold on, Jordy. Let me ask James something here.
Yeah, I know he's smoking.
Yeah.
So
sorry.
you went to high school in Jersey, right?
Mhm.
What was it? Edgewater?
Lodi.
Was that like a suburban area?
Yeah. It's 20 minutes west of here.
Was there a lot of kids smoking weed in your
Oh
high
yeah.
school?
Oh yeah.
So were you like an athlete, or what kept you away from doing it?
I was involved with on the wrestling team and
So you were a wrestler.
yeah, and I also I played track. I was
Okay.
I was on track.
You ran track. You ran track.
I ran track.
I ran track in high school as well. I did.
Yeah. That's good.
Yeah.
I really I used to read a lot, because my grandfather used to read a lot of good, like good books, not fiction. Like my grandfather would get. He always had a subscription to National Geographic magazine, and he had other deep books, and I used to read.
So you got your intellectual understanding, or your
from him, my grandfather.
From your grandfather.
Okay.
Yeah.
From your mom's side or your dad's side?
My dad's side of the family. No, I'm sorry, my mom's side.
Your mom's
Correction. What was his name? What was his
my
name?
mom's side.
What was his name?
My dad's
What
side,
name?
they were assholes.
Your dad's side were assholes?
Oh, terrible.
Was your dad an asshole?
big time.
James.
I even asked my
James.
sister.
So your granddad? What
Yeah,
was his name?
my mother's father got me involved in studying and deep thinking and.
It's kind of, I would say the same thing for my family as well.
Yeah.
My mom's side was the thinking side.
No, they're gonna hurt your teeth. What are you doing, man?
Yeah, don't do that, Jordan.
Don't do that.
My mom's side
I can't find the bottle opener anymore.
You know, dentists are very expensive. You know that.
My mom's father was in the D-Day invasion into Normandy.
Oh wow.
He was involved in that. His claim to fame, my mom always said, because I never talked to him.
So he's a Marine.
He already had died. His claim to fame was that he was under General Patton.
Mm-hmm.
General Patton.
But he wasn't a Marine. He wasn't a Marine.
He was an infantryman.
He was a merchant Marine.
Oh, a merchant Marine. Okay.
Yeah. So back in those days, he worked on the ship, right? And the ship that he was on brought the soldiers over, you know, but he wasn't recognized as part of the military because he was part of the merchant marine.
Yeah. Well,
he wasn't recognized.
Well, the troops they were on these amphibious boats that opened the front where the front.
Right.
Yeah.
But there's a different thing, James. I don't know if you ever heard of it. It's called the merchant marine, and back in I guess in the 40s, that wasn't considered part of the military, right?
No.
Yeah.
So what happened with my grandfather was he went to Catholic school, you know, when he was young, and when he was like a teenager, the priest came over and told him, I think you're gonna do a better job. Just join the army and forget about school. The priest told him that, which is fucked up, right?
Forget about school.
The priest said because it was during the World War II times, so everybody was supposed to join. You know,
that's not fucked up. That's not fucked up. Because you were talking about your grandfather.
Hold on. So the priest said.
Sorry.
This is the story that I understand. The priest said, "Forget about whatever you're doing. Join the army." So he went to join the army. Actually, he went to join the Navy. The Navy denied him because there was something wrong with his eyes or something. He couldn't see that good. So it ended up being, since he couldn't join the Navy, he said, "I'm going to join the merchant marine."
Okay.
Which was like the closest thing to the Navy.
Isn't that like the Coast Guard?
It's like the same thing. Yeah, it's like the same thing. But back in those days, or even back in these days, they don't recognize it as being like military.
No, I wouldn't. No.
So anyway, he was part of the expedition that went across the channel and went that was part of the D-Day invasion of France.
Yeah.
My grandfather was there, but he was part of the merchant marines. He wasn't part of the technically military. So he died. He died sometime. My grandfather died in like 1976. He was actually an alcoholic and kind of he didn't live out his life. And then sometime in the 1980s, the military decided to recognize the merchant marine people as actually having done military, recognized things.
Yeah.
He still was part of Normandy invasion.
Right. He was part of the part. Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Um,
Ronnie, by the way, peace and love and rest in peace to your grandfather, my friend.
Thank you. That's nice of you, Jordy.
Yeah. Thanks, Jordy. Jordy, that's a good beer, man. Corona. I like Corona.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I enjoy a good Corona, man.
Oh, what are you going bye? Or you going bye?
Jordy?
No. I just wanted to cheers.
Oh, I thought you were saying bon voyage or something.
Why do you say that, James?
No, the way he was saying.
No. I'll go and I'm gonna go in like 10 minutes or 20
No,
minutes.
you're not.
10 minutes.
Something like that, yeah. But yeah, I just wanted to say,
but Jordy, actually, you picked a good beer, man. I love Corona, man. I would say honestly, bro,
yeah.
Corona is like one of my favorite beers.
I like.
Cheers, Ronnie. Cheers,
I like.
I like Corona too.
As far as beer that's not. Well, actually, I shouldn't say Mexican beer is cheap because it went up in price.
No, it's not. It's never been cheap.
It's not
Mexican
cheap.
beer has never been cheap.
I like the Modelo Especial.
The Modelo Especial is the same price as the Corona, but the Corona is better. Corona's better.
Modelo makes Corona. It's all the same company.
It's the same company, but they produce different beers though.
Yeah. They have now they have a light.
Yeah,
one.
it's still Mexican, but they're different. They're different.
They have a Modelo Oro, which Oro is Spanish for gold.
Yeah, for gold.
No, James, I've had Modelo before. It's like a more thicker version of Corona, basically.
Well, the Special is a lager, I think. Modelo Especial, I think, is a lager, and then they have Negro Modelo.
The Negra is the
Negro, and they've had the Negro.
The only one that's different, because that's the Negra is like a
that's a dark lager, isn't it?
It's a what do you call it?
It's not a stout. It's not a stout.
No, hold on.
No, it's not a stout.
You would call it a Vienna. I don't know. Is it a Vienna lager?
Vienna lager. I don't know.
We have to consult Ron Terrio on that one.
Yeah, Ronald would know that stuff.
What got Mexico involved in beer making
was when
immigrants from
immigrants from Germany in the 1800s, right?
Yeah.
They moved over from what was called, it wasn't even called Germany yet, because Germany didn't exist.
Well, it wasn't unified.
Hold on.
Germany and Italy at one time were not unified.
Right, they were not.
Ronnie, are you talking about Lethe?
Prussia, Bohemia?
It actually wasn't Prussia. It was the German area, which was like the Austrian.
Oh, Bavarian?
Maybe closer to Czech area.
Where Munich is?
Bohemian.
Well, that's what I said before. Bohemian,
which is now now Czech, right?
You know the original town of Budweiser is in Czechoslovakia.
Really?
The Czech Republic.
Czech Republic.
Czech Republic. There is a town called Budweiser, and it's very old.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I mean, all the beer goes back to Germany. You know, really, it really does. Like the different German states. You have to understand the different German states.
Yeah, there's different states. Yeah,
you get different German places. You know, they do different German beers.
Otto von Bismarck unified Germany.
Bismarck. That's a boat.
Otto.
Bismarck. That's
Otto von Bismarck. Unified Germany. Unified Prussia. With
Bismarck is in the place.
The smaller German states.
Bismarck is
unified Prussia with the smaller German states. but not Austria. Not
Hold
Austria.
on. No.
Not
Bismarck.
Austria. Austria is a German-speaking country, but it for some
James.
reason he didn't unify Austria.
Bismarck.
Because Austria, you know why? Because Austria is Catholic.
Bismarck
And
is a boat.
Prussia is historically Protestant.
Ah, because of Martin Luther, the Great
Right.
Reformation. The
Right,
Reformation.
exactly. Austria never accepted
James.
that. Austria always stayed Catholic.
Yeah, that's the Reformation is Martin Luther. He went up against the Catholic Church. Okay, Jordy, what did you say about Bismarck?
Look up Bismarck. It's a boat that got crashed at the sea in Britain. It reached Ireland. Look up Bismarck.
Bismarck was also the name of a German ship that was a very successful Navy ship.
Well, it was named after an Irish ship as well.
Bismarck.
Here's another question then. Here's another question. Blues Brothers. Do you know who the Blues Brothers are? Have you seen the Blues Brothers? Blues Brothers. The Blues Brothers.
The Blues Brothers?
Have you seen the Blues Brothers movie?
You mean the movie of the Blues Brothers?
Yes.
Long time ago.
Oh wow!
What was that? Dan Aykroyd and Belushi or something, or I forget.
Dan Aykroyd.
The fat guy that
and
who
John
died,
Belushi.
right?
John Belushi.
Ronnie,
Belushi.
have you seen the Blues Brothers before?
Not really. I mean, I've seen the clips.
I never really had
Why
an
not?
interest in Saturday Night Live people. I never really.
Me either. Really.
I was never into the show, Jordy.
Now you actually, James. If anything,
Ronnie.
you would have saw the good days of the Saturday Night Live back in like the 70s.
Ronnie, I will send you $100 if you watch Blues Brothers right now.
No, I didn't see it.
Yeah, Steve Martin was with
No.
Saturday Night Live.
But James, I was saying in the 70s, right? You saw it.
Steve Martin was in it. Dan
Was he?
Aykroyd and John Belushi was in it. Steve
Yeah,
Martin.
Gilda Radner.
What decade? That was like the 80s when John Belushi was in it.
1981.
1981.
When did it start?
It started in the 70s. It started in the 70s.
1977. When they started the band.
Okay, so when did John Belushi get in there, Jordy? That's what you're asking about, right?
He was always in there.
He wasn't always there. He wasn't always there.
He was.
All right. Yeah.
He was.
Yeah,
honestly, he was.
Chevy Chase, Dan Aykroyd.
Chevy Chase. So James.
Chevy Chase was an asshole. Chevy Chase.
When did you watch it? Or you never watched it, James?
Honest to God, I only saw like little the guest star. Like
It doesn't.
James, are you telling me that you've never seen the Blues Brothers movie?
Just little blips of it, blips.
James, what the fuck, brother?
Is it because of the sunglasses that you like them?
No, the sunglasses because
that's a good question.
I'm stoned, I'm drunk, and I like to relax. And I feel relaxed.
I should get my sunglasses. I got crazy sunglasses.
So James is stoned, and he likes to relax.
No, James doesn't smoke this shit.
No, I don't care if you smoke.
Well, he's stoned in his own way.
But you're cool if I smoke.
I'm eccentric.
You're cool if I smoke, though.
I'm eccentric. I believe in cannabis. I believe it is a miracle plant.
I don't believe it's a miracle plant.
Well, keep believing.
It cures many ailments.
I don't think it's a miracle, though.
No, no, it's very medicinal. Yeah, I'm exaggerating by saying it's a miracle. You know, it's well, I tell you, um,
Mm-hmm.
Jesse Ventura's wife had a problem with seizures. She was getting seizures, and the medical doctors couldn't help her, and he took her to Colorado because you know medical marijuana is illegal in Minnesota, so he took her to Colorado,
She was
and
having seizures. She was having seizures.
she was cured. She was cured with the first
Oh,
time she put cannabis drops. She never had a seizure after.
Drops? What in her?
Well, cannabis infused.
In her nose or what?
No, under the tongue, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And she never had a seizure after that. Never.
Wow.
so she has seizures every time she watches your YouTube videos. Oh, God
Excuse
bless.
me?
God bless. God bless.
No,
God
she
bless.
had she had a that was her that was her affliction. She had seizures. You
She
know,
was a
like
she was afflicted.
Oh, right,
like
right.
epilepsy. You never hear epilepsy?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, they have.
I know a few. I know a few people who have it,
Yeah.
and yeah. Mhm.
So anyway, she was cured, and
Mhm.
and ever since then, you know, Jesse Ventura is very serious about promoting legalization of
Now
cannabis.
what about what happened with Jesse Ventura?
No, his
When,
wife was cured
what happened with Jesse
Who?
Ventura when he was talking about
Jesse, I,
unionizing the wrestlers? What happened with
oh,
all
Hulk
that?
Hogan ratted him out to Vince McMahon.
And
how
that
do
was
you
it. That was the end of it.
how do you know about her? Wait, wait. Say that second name again.
So did he give up with it? That because of that?
Yeah, why did he give up?
Say that second name again.
Yeah, I guess because he had that announcing. He had
He
that.
he had the announcing gig, and then he went to WCW. Remember?
Yes, and he had more announcing gigs.
He was
Who?
announcing the shit with Tony Schiavone for a while.
Yeah, and it was first it was him and McMahon, which was funny, and then it was him and was it Bobby Heenan? He was down there. Bobby Heenan.
No. When he was in WCW,
Yeah, what he was
it
doing.
was him. It was him and Tony Schiavone.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was pretty good though. He was entertaining.
But what happened with him? He was so like I know the whole controversy was that he was trying to unionize the wrestlers. So he just gave it up after Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, why the hell? You know, it's like it actually they needed a union because they get shitted on all the time by promoters.
Right.
They needed the union.
So I'm just curious. What everybody talks so good about Jesse Ventura. He was looking out for the wrestlers.
I don't know
All
why.
right. So Hulk Hogan put the axe on it. Well, what did he do after that?
Oh, I think I know.
Did he just give up?
The wrestlers got chicken. They got cold feet. They chickened out.
All right.
They were afraid that they were going to be out of a job.
They didn't want to get fired. All right, that's understandable. It's understandable. But how come that's never talked about?
Good question. Good question.
Because they put it all on Jesse Ventura.
Right, and it can't be all on one person.
No, he needs some help. It can't just be on him.
You know, to create a union, you need
to create a union. You need some help. You need some. It can't just be one guy talking shit. He needs some help, right? Jesse Ventura needed help, and he didn't get it. He didn't get it.
No.
He didn't get any help. He especially didn't get it from Hulk Hogan. But he didn't get it from any of the other guys. They turned their back. That's what happened? They turned their back on.
You know what Hogan said? He says, "Yeah, I did it. I ratted out Jesse Ventura."
Hulk Hogan doesn't care.
But you know what he said? Hulk Hogan said, "I was getting paid really."
He was,
good.
and you know what about James? You know what about Hulk Hogan? He started out in Tampa, down here in Tampa, and he revolutionized the wrestling business. And Hulk Hogan deserves the respect that he gets.
Well, he put showbiz.
He put show in the biz, right?
He put show in the biz. Exactly.
Right.
He
But Hulk Hogan was a nobody from Florida. He was a
yeah.
nobody.
He just played guitar in a band.
He was a rock guy, a local rock guy. In the local Tampa area. Right over here.
And
Right
he
over
was
here.
trained by Eddie Graham and Hiro Matsuda of the NWA.
And he had a good look. He had a good look.
Well, that's what got him in, because they looked at his size. They looked at his with the blonde hair.
He had the nice blonde hair, the beach blonde hair, but he had the muscles, you know.
Right. He was tall. He was heavy. He was big.
But before any of that shit, he was trying to be a rock star.
Right.
He wanted to be a rock star. He didn't want to be a wrestler.
Yeah, but the rock star thing didn't work out for him, and he gave wrestling a shot, but they beat the crap.
But the thing about Hulk Hogan is he's from South Tampa.
He's from South Tampa. Yeah, I know. Well, what happened was he was going to a gym where superstar Billy Graham just happened to be working out at, because Billy Graham was wrestling in Florida.
Hold on, James.
Okay.
Right.
Hello, everybody. Good show. I wonder what happened. Western Mike, are you still there? How come you didn't come on down? I guess Jordy, are you still there? Well, as I'm waiting, there he is. Okay, what I was saying is, when Hogan went to work out at the gym that he usually worked out in, Billy Graham was there working out.
Billy Graham?
Superstar Billy Graham. And
Superstar Billy Graham.
Yeah, he was like one of the wrestling legends from the 70s.
Now, was he big in Florida? Superstar Billy Graham?
Big everywhere he went. Every promotion he went, he just waltzed in.
What about the WWF?
Oh, he was a WWF World Champion for a while.
No, he wasn't he wasn't the world champion.
Yeah, Worldwide Wrestling Federation Heavyweight Champion.
He wasn't the world champion.
Yes, he was.
What years?
He was Grand Wizard of Wrestling was his manager. He like in the late 70s.
No, he was never the world.
Yeah, he scored a victory over Bruno Sammartino.
Did he?
Yeah, and he had it for a while. The belt.
How long? How
Well,
long did he have?
He had it. No, I don't know.
You're thinking about Pedro Morales.
No, Pedro Morales had it for like 3 years. And Bob Backlund had it for 6 years. And Bruno had it for like over 8 years. 8, 9, 10. Well, he had 2 runs. 8 years the first run.
Bruno Sammartino. What were his runs? What years?
He went from like the beginning of 1960s, 1961 or something.
1963.
No, no, before that. He
Before
got
63.
he defeated Nature Boy Buddy Rogers.
That was in 63, I think.
That and then he held it for like around 8 years. And
And then Dick
then
Murdoch had it, right?
no, Ivan Koloff, Russian Bear, Ivan Koloff
The
with Wild
Russian
Battle.
Bear.
He got the belt, and then Pedro Morales beat Ivan Koloff, and
Ivan Koloff.
yeah, he had to put
So
yeah, Ivan Koloff. He had to put
who beat Ivan Koloff?
Pedro Morales.
Pedro Morales.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Stan the Man Stasiak, the heart punch. He beat Morales, but he didn't have it that long. He only had it for like a week.
And then you remember who his son was, right?
Yeah, Sean Stasiak.
Sean Stasiak was meat in the WWF.
Right, correct. And
remember he got pushed around by Terry Reynolds.
Yeah, his kids. Sometimes the second generation they don't do so good. A lot of second generation.
But he had a lot of potential. They say.
Yeah, no, he had potential. And there was Ivan Putski's kids, Scott Putski, I think his name was.
So what happened with the championship?
Oh, and then
so Stan the Man had it for a minute, right?
He had it for it wasn't a minute, but it was a short period of time because that Bruno
a cup of coffee.
Bruno beat him.
Bruno beat him.
And Bruno had the title again for like another 3 years or so. But you got to understand Bruno's point. He wanted to retire earlier, but McMahon Sr.
And the New York crowd loved Bruno because he was Italian.
Right, like when he went to the Boston Garden, there was a lot of Italians showed up.
And that's why with Hulk Hogan, the reason why he got the name Hogan was because McMahon Sr. wanted him to have the name Hogan because it sounded Irish.
Right. That's the reason.
It's a very stupid reason, but looking back on the time, it makes sense.
Yeah. Well,
it makes sense.
Look at the situation with Bruno. You wrestled.
So Bruno was Italian, right?
Right. You had the main arenas.
It was always about the ethnicity, right?
Well, right. That's what it seemed like. So, and they also they did it according. They created the characters according to the political atmosphere. You know, like the Iranian hostage crisis. All of a sudden, the Iron Sheik shows up.
Yeah.
Right. Now, what happened was with Bruno, the main arenas, you had the Capitol Center in Washington, you had Baltimore Civic Center. Baltimore has an Italian neighborhood. Boston Garden, they have an Italian neighborhood. Nice. New York, forget it. You got a huge,
MSG.
Right. And then when Bruno was
and then there was Allentown, right? Allentown, Pennsylvania.
That was the TV taping. The TV taping was in like Allentown.
That was a big one too, right?
No, that was where they did all the promos and the TV tapings.
But it was still a big one, right?
Well, it was big because is what you saw on TV.
Mm-hmm.
All the promos, So and the matches, TV taping matches, and when Bruno was in wrestling for the promoter in Toronto, Canada, there's another big Italian neighborhood up there
in Canada.
So he's making out like a bandit because
was there a lot of Italians in Canada too?
I didn't think so, but apparently there's a big Italian community in Toronto.
No, I never knew that.
And there's one in Montreal, but it's small because, you know.
So Bruno was making a killing when he was the champ.
Yeah, because everywhere he went, all the Italians would show up.
Right.
And then they had,
but especially in MSG.
right, New York. Now the problem was when the wrestlers in the old days, they had to use these boxing rings that were very hard. If you get body slammed on the old boxing ring, your back was, you didn't feel so good.
They changed it now, right? They made it safer.
Now it's like, I'm not saying it's a trampoline, but it's pretty close to it.
Yeah.
You know, and outside around.
Back in the days, they used to treat the wrestlers like they treated the boxers. It's the same thing.
Yeah. Well, there was concrete around the ring.
Right.
They didn't have, you know, they had.
And they used to have doctors around, and they had. If you remember, they had the New Jersey
Athletic Commission.
Athletic Commission, right? That was the big thing, right?
I think, didn't New York have an athletic commission back then?
I don't know. I remember New Jersey was the big one.
Well,
and what happened eventually was Vince McMahon had to admit to the New Jersey Athletic Commission that wrestling was fixed.
It wasn't a sport. It wasn't a true sport.
No, what he said was he didn't say it wasn't a sport. He said it was fixed. He said fixed. And that got rid of those guys from being ringside. They didn't have to be ringside anymore. And
well,
that was
because the wrestlers had
because Vince McMahon was getting tired of these guys. They had to constantly be ringside. He didn't want them anymore. So get them out of here. So he had to admit to them, it's fixed. So you guys just leave. We don't need you.
So he broke kayfabe.
He broke kayfabe. Yeah. When back in the 80s, kayfabe was still a thing. They still had these what are they called? Whatever those guys in New Jersey were doing.
The wrestlers, the baby faces were never allowed to travel or associate with the heels.
But James, what was it those guys in New Jersey, what were they doing? They were like so-called doctors, but they really weren't doing anything. The Athletic Commission, right? They were just standing around for no reason.
Yeah.
So McMahon had to pay them, right? Why? I mean, I don't really blame McMahon for doing this, because it seems retarded. That.
Well, you had to have a license. You had.
If anything, he was trying to keep up the aura of the kayfabe, and then he eventually just said we're not going to do it anymore.
You had to get a license.
We're not going for this anymore.
You know, you had to get a license back then.
So now he didn't need a license because he said it was predetermined.
Like if you wanted to wrestle in a certain state and they had an athletic commission,
right.
You had to get a wrestler's license.
So when McMahon said it's predetermined, he didn't have to do that anymore. It was just a show. But is that what happened?
Yeah.
I mean, so how did you feel about it when that happened?
I thought it was a huge mistake to break kayfabe.
Did you really think so? Really?
It's like people back then.
They really believed it.
They were seriously into
Did you believe it?
Wrestling, and they believed. They believed.
Did you believe it?
Yeah.
You did? Did you believe it? Really?
When I was in high school, I believed.
When you were in high school?
When I was in my 20s.
Really, James? Really?
Then I started learning the truth. I said mid to late 20s. I started learning the truths.
So were you disappointed when you heard?
Yeah, I was pretty disappointed.
What year was that?
The year I was disappointed.
No, the year that Vince McMahon said that. What year was that?
Oh crap! It was. It was. Was that like in the 90s?
No, I think it was. I think it was in the 80s. I think
In
it
the
was in the early 80s. Because he was tired of the New Jersey Athletic Committee. He didn't like them.
Yeah. Hey, and man, how you doing, man? How you doing? We were talking. Me and Tommy Carroll were talking about all the famous people that are from New Jersey. Early in the show, entertainers, actors, and such. But anyway, I was disappointed because it took all the fun
It took the fun out of it.
out of pro wrestling. Like, in other words, like they were strict about the kayfabe. You couldn't associate
So,
if you were
yeah,
a babyface. Yeah,
Vince McMahon fucked that up, right?
yeah, you couldn't associate. But I thought something was suspicious. I
What?
was in the front row at a house show, the next town over from my hometown. They used to do house shows at the high school gyms. This was the Garfield, New Jersey high school gym. I had a front row seat with my uncle Frank, the one
The
that
Garfield,
got
New
me.
Jersey high school.
Yeah, the uncle that got me into fitness and nutrition. We had front row seats, and my uncle says, "Look, they're talking to each other. Every time they would lock up, they're like."
But did you know that?
No, well, I saw their lips moving.
So your uncle pointed it out to you.
He pointed it out to me. So the baby.
So do you think your uncle always knew, and he just? And he was kind of fucking around.
He probably he enjoyed it, but he probably enjoyed it.
He enjoyed it, but he was fucking around a little
He
bit.
enjoyed it because it was show, because
Right.
for the show. Not that, but before kayfabe was broken, these people would get violent with the heels.
Yeah, but why did he do that? It was just
These
it
people
was silly, right?
violent. They used to try to stab.
Why did they do that? Why?
Because they're nuts. Yeah. Why would you try to hurt? Because they believe.
That's my question.
Wholeheartedly.
Would you have ever done that?
Christine Todd Whitman brought
Governor Whitman
WF back in 1997.
No, somebody did. Somebody did in 1997. There was a New Jersey governor. I don't know what her name was.
That's her, Christine Todd Whitman.
She took away the tax on something, on sporting events or some shit.
Oh.
Was it Whitman? That was the name?
Yeah, Christine Todd Whitman. Yeah, I met her once. She gave a seminar in a library in my town.
I know there was a pay-per-view where Vince McMahon came out and he congratulated her. It was back in like the 90s or something. And I guess it was because she wasn't gonna tax. She was lowering in taxes or something. I don't know what the whole thing was about.
Yeah, she was Republican, so she was against taxing the big boys,
which is like Vince McMahon.
Which is Vince McMahon, yeah. So it's interesting. It's really, what's even more interesting? When I watch these YouTube videos where they go way the hell back to the beginning.
Well, that's what you got to do. You got to go all the way back.
The turn of the century, the promoters back then.
Yeah.
They had territories. You know that.
They had territories, right?
Every part of the country.
Vince McMahon destroyed the territories. He is the biggest fucking asshole, Vince McMahon.
Well, right? the territories
he killed the territories. He killed them.
Made wrestling much better.
Vince McMahon did?
No. The territories made wrestling much better than it is.
Yeah, everything was different. Everything was different, right?
Yeah,
and besides that was the cable TV, right? Became a thing.
That's when he went nationwide.
That's when Vince McMahon went nationwide. He's a smart guy for doing it, man.
And he's
really smart. He's really smart for doing it.
He got the big venues. Vince got the big venues
because he was in New York. He started out with the big venues, and that was that helped him out.
Listen, the Northeast,
The Northeast is always the biggest thing. It's always the biggest thing.
Madison Square Garden, the Boston Garden, the Philadelphia Spectrum.
James, James, let me tell you, I live in fucking Tampa, Florida. I'll tell you right now, this place right here, as big as you want to say it is, it's nothing compared to living in close to Madison Square Garden. That's the mecca of everything. As much as whatever you want to say about it, New York is this is this and that. That is the mecca. That's the mecca.
When somebody says the Garden, they right away
they know what it means. It doesn't mean the Boston Garden.
They don't think
it means Madison Square Garden.
Right.
And
then
it is what it is.
And
right?
the Spectrum in Philadelphia was
and whatever was going on down here in Tampa didn't mean shit.
Now Tampa was NWA.
It was nothing.
It was Gordon Soley. You know where it was? At the Tampa Armory.
The Tampa Sportatorium, they called it.
No, the Sportatorium was the Von Erichs in the Dallas Fort Worth, Texas area.
No, there was one in Tampa too. Though. They called it
Sportatorium.
I think so. Yeah.
Well, actually, the territories go even way farther back to 1940s,
They go back to the 1800s.
The territories go way the hell back. You ever hear Gorgeous George? You know?
Yeah, Gorgeous George. Gorgeous George was the 50s.
The 40s into the 50s. But
my grandfather told me that he watched Gorgeous George on TV.
Gorgeous George Wagner.
On what was it? It was a cable channel that went all throughout the whole United States. It was out of the DC area, right? That's where Capital Wrestling was started.
Capital Wrestling Company.
Capital Wrestling, and Gorgeous George was there.
There was Toots Monk and McMahon Sr.
Right.
Now Gorgeous George had the little gold bobby pins. He used to call them Georgie pins, and he used to throw them to the audience, and then the curls in his hair would bounce. Now
my grandfather told me that he watched that.
You know where he got all his dresses from, his outfits, and the sequins and all. He got it from Bob Hope. Bob Hope gave him his wardrobe. Yeah, I know.
Bob Hope.
I know.
The fact Vince destroyed them is not really true. TV channels didn't want to carry. That's not true. TV channels did want to carry them.
What about?
That's not true, man.
What about
not?
What about the bigger territories like Vern Gagne and AWA?
Yeah, there was a lot. There wasn't just that. No, that isn't true.
Jerry Lawler in Memphis, Tennessee, right?
What about TNT, TBS? Right, it wasn't just that the TV channels didn't want to carry them. No.
Well, that's new. That's relatively new.
But what he's saying though, with this comment, I'm saying with this comment though.
Jim Crockett Promotions was Mid-Atlantic, NWA Mid-Atlantic.
Right.
Out of Charlotte, North Carolina. That was Jim Crockett.
Yeah. I mean, no disrespect, man, but I think you're a little off there.
Georgia Championship Wrestling. Then there's Portland, Oregon was a big territory. The Olympic Auditorium in Los Angeles. That was Gene LaBelle's mother. Was the owner.
I think they should bring back Gorgeous George, man.
Gene LaBelle trained Roddy Piper and Ronda Rousey in judo.
I remember when Scott Steiner was on WCW television, calling out Ric Flair, and he called Ric Flair. He said, "Come out," and he was calling him out to be the original Nature Boy. And then he called him an old bastard. Scott Steiner called Ric Flair an old bastard on WCW TV. He said he had fake teeth. He said his teeth were fake. And he said he said, why don't you come out and be the real Nature Boy, Buddy Rogers? And then he called him a jealous old bastard. That was a Scott Steiner promo against Ric Flair.
Big Papa Pump. I remember when Steiner and his brother Rick were the
He
Steiner.
called him a jealous old bastard. Do you like Scott Steiner?
Big Papa Pump. I know. I remember when he was a babyface, when he had brown hair.
I always liked when he was a heel. I didn't like his.
And he was a tag team with his brother.
I always liked when he was a heel and he would talk shit.
Now a Breaker in NXT is the son of Rick Steiner. Matt,
really?
what's his name? Matt Breaker or something?
It's the son of Rick Steiner. So Rick Steiner was always a bitch, because Scott Steiner was always the one that would talk all the shit.
Yeah, Rick Steiner wasn't exactly that good on the microphone.
He would bark. He would bark.
Yeah. He called him the dog-faced gremlin.
But Scott Steiner was fucking crazy.
You know who's crazy? Mad Dog Vachon.
Mad Dog Vachon.
Maurice Mad Dog Vachon.
That was Luna's father, right?
No, Luna's father was Paul Vachon, the butcher Paul Vachon. That was Luna.
Were they brothers or something?
Oh, they looked alike.
Was Paul and the other guy?
Well, they originally they all came from Montreal, because
I always felt bad for Luna because
she had a bad life.
Because they put her against Sable, but Sable was like the chosen girl, you know.
At that time, yeah.
Yeah, and she wasn't like this is like a true story. Luna wasn't allowed to hit Sable, even though they were in a match together.
Yeah, because Vince liked Sable.
Right, and
yeah,
he did, and she wasn't allowed to get hit.
She was married to Mark Merrill.
So Luna had to work around a match without actually hitting her. She wasn't allowed to take a bump. And they worked it. They did like a couple of matches that way. And then Sable would win. Sable actually beat Luna without ever having to take a bump.
She made her look bad.
Mm-hmm.
Sable made her look bad, yeah.
I mean, and it's understandable why Vince liked her. I mean, she's pretty. She was the future of the business, but it was a shame that it had to happen to Luna, because Luna was such a nice person.
You know who had a rough life too? A sensational Sherry Martel. Sherry Martel, but I heard she did really good when she was managing Randy Savage. Sable's married to Brock Lesnar now, currently.
Sable was originally married to Mark Merrill.
Mark Merrill, who was Johnny B. Bad in the NWA.
Right.
And Johnny B. Bad, he didn't like that gimmick, but Dusty Rhodes made him.
And actually, they made him look gay, right? That was his thing.
Yeah.
WCW.
They made him look like Little Richard. There was a singer, Tutti Frutti, Rudy. You know, there's a singer back in the 50s.
Right.
Named Little Richard, and he had what's his name? Looked like him too. He copied him. Prince copied.
No, but he didn't really look like a Prince.
You know, he had the eye makeup and the.
But I don't think he was really going for Prince though.
Well, Johnny B. Bad was the first to dress that way.
Johnny B. Bad, and then he had the thing that he was shooting off. Remember, like she shot off something into the crowd.
Who, Johnny B. Bad?
Yeah, he shot off like some crap into the crowd.
Yeah, Johnny B. Bad.
Where he was like jerking off.
Oh God, that must have been Val Venus then.
No, that was Johnny B. Bad.
Johnny B. Bad was much more successful than Mark Merrill.
He was in WCW, but when he went to the WWF, they made him the Wild Man first. Remember, they made him the Wild Man. And
yeah, he says Dusty Rhodes made him do the Johnny B. Bad gimmick.
He said that.
Yeah, and also Terry Taylor of the Red Rooster, he hated that. Yeah. He hated that gimmick. He was forced. It's a punishment. It was a
nobody ever cared about the Red Rooster.
No, it was done as a. Sometimes they do things as a punishment.
I don't think they do that these days, though, right? What do you think?
What was that question?
Do you think they do that these days?
To punish people and make them look ridiculous?
Do you think they punish people? So?
Probably not. Remember Dusty Rhodes had to wear the spandex.
They put him in the polka dot.
Yeah,
but that was before my time.
The black with gold, with gold, yellow.
That was way before my time. I'm saying
yellow.
Like
yellow.
I don't know if they still do shit like that now.
I don't think so. Oh, the last time they did it was with Cody Rhodes. They made him
with the Stardust.
Stardust.
No, but not really, because he was part of the WWE already, and then he didn't like the Stardust, so that's when he left.
He had the star on his hands.
But that's when he left. So they weren't really trying to make him look bad or anything. They just didn't see the value in him.
Yeah, for some reason, like Vince liked to.
Vince is an asshole. Vince is a total asshole.
Vince liked to.
He has the mustache now. You saw it, right?
Yeah, he looks like a villain. This is what Vince does. He has a habit of taking people from other promotions that are
making them look like shit.
And making them look like shit and changing
and then also taking somebody who looks great here and then making them look like shit over there.
Well, he'll change their name,
right?
He'll change their gimmick, and then he'll make them job out to WWE
because he's an asshole. He's a fucking asshole.
In real life, he's a fucking asshole, right?
Why does he do that to people? And he's been doing it since the 80s. I mean, this guy is pushing 90, right? How old is Vince McMahon?
Yeah,
he's not that young.
No.
And he's been doing this bullshit, which everybody knows what he's doing.
Terry Taylor.
Yeah. Everybody knows what he's doing since the early 80s. Since the early 80s. He's been doing the same shit. Right? And now he doesn't even own the company anymore. He doesn't own the company anymore, right? Does he have any creative control?
No, UFC owns it. The company.
So what I'm asking is, does Vince McMahon have any control at all? At all?
Not now. Not now.
He doesn't. So that's it. So the Vince McMahon era is done.
And he can be miserable now at home.
So that's what you're saying? He's done?
Yeah, the company that owns UFC has it, and then Triple H is in charge of creation.
It's called TKO, right?
Creative, yeah.
And Triple H has
creative.
Control?
He's in charge of creative.
So maybe Vince McMahon is in Triple H's ear. Like, we never know, right? He's in Triple H's ear.
Everybody had to kiss his ass. Like, it's like working for Donald Trump. Everybody had to kiss his ass.
Kiss whose ass? Vince McMahon?
No, Vincent. And if you criticize,
yeah, but he's not there anymore. That's what I'm saying.
No. But he was vindictive that way as far as punishing people.
Sure.
Yeah, he was very vindictive. Ultimately, it is a job. You do what the boss tells you to do. Otherwise, it's insubordination, right?
Yeah, but that's not what my point was. That
Well,
wasn't.
yeah,
That
but
wasn't. That
abuse.
wasn't what I was saying.
Yeah.
Is that all the comments? That's all you got?
Well, from N-Man.
What about the other people?
What other people? It's all N-Man.
That's it?
Yeah.
I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed.
Yeah.
I would have thought we would have got a little more than that.
I mean, there's a lot more people watching the show,
But they're not saying anything.
but they're not saying anything.
What the fuck? Guys?
Why are people like voyeurs or spectators? How
Yeah.
come they don't participate?
I don't know, man.
Is it that they're afraid they're not going to be liked by others?
Maybe they're scared, right?
They're scared. Ooh, what if my employer finds out? Ooh, I want everybody to like me. Please like me, please.
Everybody wants to act like a little bitch, right? They want to be bitches.
That's what they are. They're sycophants.
We have a few little girls watching right now, James. That's what's going on.
Yeah. Oh, approve of me. I want your approval so bad. Oh, please don't.
Here we got N-Man. That's right, N-Man.
If you don't like the jab, quit.
If you don't like the jab.
Well, N-Man. In reality, if the State Department of Labor did their job, they would go to bat for the workers, or if you have a union, the union delegate will go to bat for you.
Yeah, good luck with that, N-Man.
But that doesn't always happen.
Never happens.
Oh, I'm afraid to give my honest opinion. Oh, other people might not like me. My girlfriend might find out that I'm too outspoken. Come on, grow some gonads, man.
Grow a set of balls, right?
Yeah, get involved. There's a lot of people like that.
Where's your boy fucking Michael Hilton, man?
Let's say you're online at Whole Foods, and you
I don't go to Whole Foods.
All right, let's say you're at Trader Joe's.
I don't go there either.
Or let's say you're at Publix.
Okay.
All right, and you strike up a conversation because you looked at something on a magazine.
I never talk to people online.
Okay.
You know why? Because I don't trust them. I don't want to talk to people because they're fucking weird. Every person you talk to is a fucking weirdo.
You're right. I was watching a stream about Stan Lee before. Yeah, I know Stan Lee. People complain about him now.
Who complains about him? Where were they? What are you talking about? Nobody complains about Stan Lee.
Where these people years ago, they say he was awesome, supposedly.
I don't understand this. I don't understand this comment.
That's the guy they call Sweet Stan.
Stan Lee was the guy from Spider-Man, right?
No, I think
is that what you're talking about?
Might have been one of the tag team. He was
Stan Lee from wrestling.
Yeah, I'm not even sure.
Whole Foods? Yeah, it's too bougie. It's too expensive.
Well, Whole Foods.
So N-Man, we want to know which Stan Lee you're talking about.
Whole Foods means whole paycheck. That's what I want to say.
Right. But I want N-Man to
I'm your boogeyman.
We want to know what he was talking about there.
Stan Lee.
Yeah, Stan Lee. Which Stan? Which Lee?
Or which Lee? Which Stan?
March documentaries. You love Stan Lee. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, okay.
He's talking about the Spider-Man guy.
Okay, he switched to a different. Okay, different topic.
You were thinking about the wrestling. Man.
Yeah, Sweet Stan.
You're jumping around too much, N-Man.
Oh, what's that guy's? Trying to think of the other one.
Now, what were you talking about before, James? Before you got all
Stan
into-
Lane. Okay, that's the
you,
wrestler.
you were talking about something else though,
Stan Lane. All right.
James.
I just got confused when he said Stan Lee.
You were talking about something else. What were you saying?
About Whole Foods? Oh, let's say you got.
No, it wasn't Whole Foods. It was something else.
It's about you getting into a conversation with a freakazoid. No, let's say you were talking to somebody normal,
Okay.
and you know it was funny. It was funny conversation because you were being sarcastic, but other people online, they got poker faces. They don't laugh. They don't. Nobody else comments. Like you could be having a really making some funny observations with someone, and the other people online don't say shit. They don't,
Right.
they don't crack a smile. They don't laugh.
But it doesn't matter what they say, because they have no face.
Right, no personality.
That's the point. That's the point, right? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, some people have absolutely no personality and no charisma, no pizzazz, nothing.
So you're saying N-Man is like that?
No, he's friendly. He was always sociable. No, N-Man was always nice. I just got thrown off when he said Stan Lee. I guess I don't know the DC Comics people or Marvel.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't.
And man, you gotta take the one topic at a time.
Like if you're gonna talk about a Stan Lee, you got to say, in regards to DC Comics or regards to a superhero movie, Spider-Man or something like that.
Right.
And then you know, we would know we
know what you're talking about.
You're changing topic, but yeah, there's a lot of weird people nowadays. I mean, I didn't see these weird people in the past.
I'm hearing that a lot more often. Also, you know, not just from you. I don't know what the problem is, man. Insecure
blowfish, pencil necks could be less judgy and more zen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they are judgy.
What's up, Michael? Let's get more Michael on the camera.
Come on down. The price is right. Come on down.
Yeah, Michael.
Yeah, I sent you the link.
You sent it to him. What's the problem? Unless he's at a bar. Maybe he went to a bar tonight.
Maybe he's out. He could be out of the house.
He might be at a bar.
What up, Ronnie? What up?
What up?
What up? I thought all people knew about the hate Stan Lee gets. No, I don't. I don't even know who he is.
Not everybody knows.
Maybe not.
Maybe not this weekend. Oh no. That sounds like a threat.
Well, how many? We have to make an appointment with you. You have to pencil us in to your schedule.
Maybe he's doing the bars this weekend.
No, maybe he
the
can't
non-alcoholic bars or whatever.
He can't be juicing. He can't be. No bars tonight. He said.
No bars.
I'm on a hiatus. Super nice.
What does that even mean?
Duties. How come we're duties? Is that a new word?
What is the fuck is duty?
Like a shit. Like a
duty is like a shit, right? He's calling us a piece of shit.
Excrement.
Are you calling us shit?
Instead of saying dudes, he's saying duties.
Are you calling us shit, Michael?
Oh, last Sunday, maybe you had the full screen. You had us on full screen. That's why
I had you on full screen.
No, not you. I'm talking to Mike. Mr. Mike.
Duty boy.
You had us on full screen. That's why we weren't side by side. The videos weren't side by side. See, underneath you had different diagrams of the formats, the configuration of the videos. So you must have selected not full screen. What the fuck do you call that? Single. Hold on. they call it yeah, what the hell? Why is my camera blurry? I'm gonna take a cinder block and smash this fucking camera to the
We
kingdom
can't see
come.
you.
Yeah, why did it blur?
We can't see you, James.
I think it's sabotage. Hold on. Ah, that's weird. Hold on, let me take myself out. Son of a bitch. What the fuck is going on here? I'm gonna have to buy a new webcam. Hey, duties. No, I'm not on my phone. I'm on
Are you on your phone, James?
no, I'm on a, here we go. I'm on a desktop.
Why did somebody ask that?
Taking a break from the bar scene. It's good. No, not
Yeah, whatever, blah, 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 blah.
No, I'm on my desktop using the cable connection for internet.
Michael, if you're taking a break from the bar scene, why don't you just like join?
Yeah, take an edible or something.
Yeah, take an edible, man.
Yeah, unless it's too late to take an edible. Well, no, I shouldn't.
It's never too late to take an edible, right, Michael?
Oh, he's 3 hours earlier than we are.
Does it matter? James, are you using your phone for this?
No, I'm on the desktop. So what I'm trying to say is there, in other words, if I go like this, and then you switch to me and you brought me up, okay, and then when you brought me up, it'll look like that. You understand what I'm saying? Like there's different design configurations. What the hell you call them? Designs. Like
Yeah.
like there's that.
All right.
Hey, why how come it ain't working? Okay, there we go. All right, there's me over here, and Ronnie is in the little screen, and then Ronnie's in the underneath me on the little screen, and Ronnie's over here now. You see him? He's on the right. Okay, then there's that. Yeah. So you gotta like make sure you select the right pattern.
Okay.
He took too many. He took too many edibles. Oh boy.
Oh shit! Is that what you said?
Oh, you mean
took too? He said took too many.
Does your edibles have the CBD and the THC combined?
James, I was telling you like a long time ago. It's too late. Mike, why are you acting stupid, bro? Like, you're just being ridiculous.
I miss Google, the old Google Hangouts.
I liked the old Google.
No, it actually worked good and it was free.
That was a long time ago. That was like 4 years ago.
You know, Ronald Therios.
There's no point in talking about it. I don't want to hear it. Because I would agree with you 100% that it was better, but it was just too long ago. Like, what are you gonna do? It is what it is. Right, James?
Right.
Yes or no?
Yes, absolutely right.
Okay.
You're absolutely correct because you were smart cookie.
Because what?
You were a smart cookie. You've always been. That's why I called you a prodigy.
I'm a smart cookie.
It's child prodigy because how many people that are only 30 years old have their own townhouse?
A lot of people do. A lot of people do.
Far.
You'd be surprised, James. You'd be surprised.
That are young? Well, they must be like whiz kids like you. Maybe you got a high IQ, or maybe you're good with numbers. You know,
No, James, it's not just that.
some people are naturally good with numbers.
Some people are just naturally good at life.
At life,
2019 is 2019 is old. It is
you're
old.
good at what you do, man.
I'm sorry, N man. 2019 is old. It's old. What could you say? What could you say for 2019 right now that is not old?
Inheritance.
All these boogie people. I never inherited shit. So
Did you inherit a fortune from anyone?
I never inherited anything in my whole fucking life. So don't ever tell me that.
So your everything you have is
110%.
work for it. It's self-made.
I never worked for. I never inherited whatever he's saying, anything. So that's not
No,
a thing.
you're good at your profession. You're
Right.
you have to be.
And I'm not fucking rich. I
But
just
you have to be very good at your profession, because if you weren't, you wouldn't have what you have at age 30. You
Okay.
know, I mean, you got a nice
but
townhouse.
but what it says over here, boogie woogie people, nah, man, no.
No, he's self-made. He's self-made. Hold on. I never said you inherited money. Run. You are too sensitive. Ease up.
Okay, all right.
All right. Boogie Wonderland. I remember that song.
The boogie woogie man, right?
Boogie Wonderland. Disco
No,
song.
what was the song? The boogie woogie man.
That was KC and the Sunshine. There were two boogies songs. There was I'm your boogeyman. That's what I am. I'll give you whatever I
Yeah.
can.
What was the other one? The boogie woogie man.
I'm your boogeyman. I'm your boogeyman. Turn me on. I'm your boogeyman.
Was
Do
that
what
it?
you want. No, that was KC.
No, the boogie woogie man. The boogie woogie man.
I'm not familiar with that song. Boogie
What-
Woogie. Oh, that's Jimmy Valiant.
Look it up. It was a wrestling song, right?
Yeah, Jimmy Valiant.
Yeah, I thought it was.
Yeah, he used to come out to the boy from New York City.
Put it on a wrestling then.
I don't want YouTube to send me a copyright.
Come on, James. Nobody cares.
The Jimmy Valiant used to come out to that song.
Yeah.
Just like the boy from New York City.
James, put it on.
That's a good song for you.
It's a good New York song, right?
No, it's a good song for somebody like if you want to strut out in public.
You don't know what boogie means? What is he talking about now? Now he's talking shit.
That type of boogie, I don't know.
I don't know what he's talking about. Yeah, I mean, there's many boogies.
No, what does boogie spelled like that mean? I honestly don't know.
I'm not sure. Yeah,
I only know the King's English. That's all.
I'm not sure.
The King's English.
You can't say that somebody doesn't understand what you're saying and then call them out and saying that they're saying something else.
I'm not.
Right?
I'm not really a fan of slang terms. So you have to educate me in slang.
Man.
I don't know what boogie means. I know boogie.
I thought you were talking about the boogeyman. I'm your boogeyman.
I'm your boogeyman. That's what I am.
He's not talking. Okay, so he's not talking anything. Boogie or boogie?
I can.
Boogie or
Hey, Western Mike, are you still juicing with your masturbating?
That's not Western Mike. This is N-Man.
Oh, I know.
I think N-Man's getting mad.
I'm not talking anything. Boogie or boogie?
He's not talking anything.
No, I know boogie, Boogie, but I don't know bougie, Bou.
I don't know what's the difference of either of those fucking things.
I don't know what that form of boogie is, or bougie. Is it bougie?
No, I don't think it is.
I don't know what that. Maybe it's a South Jersey slang. Everyone in New Jersey knows what that means. Everyone I know, at least. Sorry. No, I don't know. Maybe
Well,
in your
James is from Jersey. I'm not from Jersey, but
Well,
James is.
You got to understand, Jersey. It's not a big state, but it's still broken up into regions and
He
cultures.
says everyone in New Jersey knows what that means.
Different cultures. You know, like I'm from North. I'm from
So
North.
you're from North Jersey.
Well, Northeast, because
So
if you go to
then they got South Jersey.
if you go to Northwest, they have like a different accent than
Yeah.
what I'm doing.
What
They
does
have
it sound like?
like almost like a Southern folk, like
Oh,
you know,
really?
they live in the mountains. Yeah, they got different accent. They got
Maybe that's why people in New York don't accept you guys. They only accept you a little bit, right? Right, James?
just a little bit.
New Yorkers only accept people from New Jersey. Like,
And people
just a tip of it, just a tip of New
and
Jersey.
people in South Jersey, the rednecks are
That's
called
different.
they're called pineys.
Yeah, it's
You
different.
hear what I'm saying? They're called pineys.
I totally understand what you're saying.
They
yeah,
live in the
yeah.
pine barrens. They live in
That's where Alex lives. Yeah, in the Pines.
Right. And they have a
Right.
different accent. They have a different accent.
They
Then-
do. Yeah.
And then you go to Southwest Jersey by Philadelphia, and they have a Philadelphia accent.
Right.
They have their own accent.
But you're different though. You're kind of in the New York crowd.
I sound more New Yorkish.
You're in the New York crowd. You fit in with us.
Yeah, and you go to Boston and they pack the
No,
cat.
no. I
Chowder.
don't even want to hear that shit.
Oh, you don't like the New England?
No, I really don't.
Yeah, there's a lot of Irish in Boston. You Irish on both sides of your family?
I am Irish, but I don't care.
Yeah, Boston's a lot of Irish.
I'm from New York.
Oh, okay.
Before I'm Irish.
You don't have any relatives in Boston?
Absolutely not. No.
How about that guy, that guy, annoying guy that advertises Sam Adams on TV?
I don't care.
He has a very prominent.
I mean, listen, James. I don't have anything against people from Boston and shit, but it's just not my thing.
Yeah, Fenway Park.
I don't. Yeah, like I don't care.
You know that was built in 2012. I mean, I'm sorry.
I know. No, there's a lot of history there. I appreciate that. I appreciate.
I'm correcting myself. 1912 was.
I appreciate all the history. It's awesome.
Yeah.
But
Well,
besides the history, like I really don't care.
got,
I don't like the accent. I find it unattractive, especially if a woman talks like that. It just sounds really bad.
Oh, it's a turn off if a woman has a Boston accent. It might be, yeah.
Don't you think so? I mean, a guy is bad enough, but a woman talking like that.
Well, look at Pam Drescher, the nanny. Look at her accent. Holy crap!
But that's not that wasn't a was that a New England accent?
No, that was like how
that was like a Queens accent, right?
Queens or Brooklyn, yeah.
But it was fake though. It was fake.
Oh, she put on.
Yeah.
Like do you ever hear Betty Boop, the cartoon?
You want to put like a clip of it. Let's just like see how bad it was.
Yeah, I mean, I could exaggerate.
Put a clip of the nanny on, James.
I could do that.
Just a little clip.
I still don't know what Bowgie means.
I remember my grandparents loved this show. They would watch it like all the time.
No, she was funny.
She was, right? Did you watch it?
Yeah, I watched it. Her mother was a riot too. Yeah, he was what I like the Costanzas better. George Costanza's Estelle and Frank.
George Costanza was from Seinfeld.
Yeah, he's doing a commercial now.
But they were all Jews, right? Like, what was Fran? Fran was a Jew too, right?
Yeah.
She was, and George Costanza was a Jew.
George Costanza's, even though his father was Frank
So
Costanza, he
so
played in Italian, but he wasn't Italian.
they had a funny thing because they were Jewish. That's actually what made them funny.
Yeah, the mother played mahjong. She liked to play mahjong.
Marjan.
Yeah, what is that? It's like a Chinese game.
It's like it's like a card game that Jews
They lived
play.
in Queens, and then when the Raymond show stopped,
Yeah, everybody loves Raymond.
when that stopped, his friend, the UPS driver, he started that other show, the King of Queens.
I don't even know. Did he
Yeah,
really?
and Lou Ferrigno moved next door to him. He was the neighbor.
Mm.
Yeah,
But they were all Jewish, right? Everybody was Jewish on it.
I don't know, but her father, the wife's father, was Jerry Stiller. He jumped from one show, from Seinfeld to King of Queens.
Jerry's that old guy.
Yeah, Frank Costanza played the father in King of Queens,
King of Queens.
and then Lou Ferrigno.
What is King of Queens?
It's a sitcom.
I never watched that one.
It's a spin-off of Raymond because
As a spin-off of Everybody Loves Raymond.
yeah, because that was one of his friends. And he also played. Remember the movie Paul?
But everybody loves Raymond. It was based on Long Island, right?
Yeah. Yes.
It was based on a Jewish family on Long Island.
No. He was Italian. Ray Romano is
He was
Italian, and his
Okay.
his crazy family's Italian. But they were the mother, the actress who played Raymond's mother, and the actor who played his brother Robert. They're both Jewish. Peter Boyle.
So they're actually Jewish, but they played Italians.
They played Italians. Peter Boyle is Irish.
He was supposed to be the cop, right?
Yeah. Robert Barone. Yeah, and then Peter Boyle, famous actor. Well, Boyle.
So
is Irish.
So the show is they're supposed to be Italian, but they actually are Jewish people.
Yeah, except for Ray Romano.
So Ray Romano is Jewish.
No, Ray Romano's Italian. The rest of them were not Italian.
What about his mom?
Jewish, Russian Jew.
Russian Jew.
Yeah, and
but she's pretending to be Italian.
Pretending, yeah. Peter Boyle is probably Irish. He's from Philadelphia. He passed away, but you know
which one?
The one who played the father, Frank Barone. Peter Boyle. He's a famous actor. He was young Frankenstein.
I know who you're talking about.
He was young.
You think he died?
No, he did. He did. He got sick. He got old.
Did he?
He got old and sick.
Not everyone in New York is Jewish or Italian. Most people are, though. No, he's right. Not everybody is.
There are other ethnic.
Not everybody is.
Obviously, there are other ethnic groups. You know, it's just that I think everybody. We're not bragging about any ethnic group. We're just making conversation. That's all.
I think N-Man is very, very.
I honestly don't know what Bogle means.
Bogle?
Bogle. Bogle?
Can you put it up on the screen?
Well, what part of New Jersey
put it on the screen.
Are you in like Hunterdon County? Like, are you in Western New Jersey?
James, put it on the screen. What is Bogle? I want to see what it says.
B-O-U.
Can you put it on the fucking screen?
B-O-U-G-L-E. No, wait a minute. That's not it. I don't know. I think I spelled it wrong. Oh, Middletown. Yeah, Middletown. Yeah.
Bougie.
Is that it? Bogey? Bogey?
Middletown what? Middletown, New
Town,
York?
New Jersey. Yeah,
Nobody cares about New Jersey.
nobody cares.
That's the problem.
Well, you gotta if you can only you only care about if you're from it. But I never really gave a shit about where I'm from because there's
Because what?
because the people in general. I mean, I can't speak for other
I mean,
regions.
James, you have people in your state like Alex. Like Alex,
Well,
a beer master.
no. Alex has an accent. He's got a Philly accent. Alex.
So what does that
talk
mean?
like me. No, there's a lot of people in my region are arrogant,
Arrogant?
unfriendly assholes. They only talk when they complain.
They only talk when they complain. Damn,
They only talk when they have something to complain about.
that's a horrible way to be known. Okay,
It's-
sorry, but I shouldn't have mentioned it.
They're miserable. They're miserable. See, you're.
So maybe
I
N Man,
forgot-
maybe N Man is thinking that like I'm one of those people, like that, right?
Like what?
Like you're talking about. Like when all I do is complain. Maybe that's what he's thinking. I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm not
All I
sure.
gotta say
I'm not
is,
sure.
whatever it was a misunderstanding, and just
Yeah, it probably was a misunderstanding, but maybe it wasn't a misunderstanding. I don't really know.
You know why? Because it happens when you're texting a person.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Well, you're not texting, you're talking. But I'm just saying something was always missing from the text.
And man, you're always welcome to actually join. In person, right, James?
Yeah, and everybody who wants to come on by way of video can do it.
Right. So if you're able to like hop on a phone.
No, what phone? Just click on
I mean,
the link.
whatever, like the phone. Like most people have a phone, right?
No, I don't know how to bring his phone on the
But
show.
I'm saying he probably has a phone.
Listen, if a person doesn't want to use the camera, they don't have to. They
Maybe
can just.
we are inviting him to use his camera.
Okay, look.
That was the point.
Okay, see, I shut my camera off. So, but
Right,
you still hear
your
me.
camera's off. Yeah.
But you still hear me.
Right, I know.
Okay, all right. That's all they have to do.
That's all they gotta do. So it's nothing big. It's no big deal.
It's no big deal. Now, if everybody shut their camera off, then it would be like a podcast.
It would be silly, right?
It'll be like a radio show, a podcast.
I honestly, I wouldn't do that. I don't really like that. I prefer to see your face. Right?
Yeah.
I prefer to see your face.
Unless you're like in your underwear in bed.
If N Man ever joins, I want to see. I'd rather see N Man and not just. Not just talk bullshit, or texting and shit.
I never saw Bart Robinson.
Right. But you talk to him every week.
Well, I know him by text.
Right.
I never spoke to him. I know him by text. Well,
and I guess that's how it goes these days, right? Like
it's what they want. It's what they prefer to do.
That's what they prefer.
That he likes to do it that way. That's it.
James, do you think that's weird?
Huh?
Do you think sometimes these people are a little weird? What do you think?
You mean weird that they don't come on with their webcam?
Weird in general is what I'm saying.
Well, I honestly I only know them from doing the show, and they've all been very respectful and very nice.
Most of the time.
I got no complaints. Now, whether or not they want to speak verbally or show their face or not show their face, that's their decision. I mean, I put the link out. Like Jordy, he says, "Where's the link? Where's the link?" All right, give me a chance. I put the link up.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. He comes on. Now the other guy, what's his name? Buckaroo Mike. I mean Western Mike.
Oh, Western Mike.
Yeah. Poopy. What do you call this? Duties. Duty. He says.
What was he talking about?
I don't know. He's calling us duties. I think he meant dudes. And he said he called duties. He says not this weekend.
Not this.
So,
Okay.
all right. You know. Sometimes he
I
says
didn't,
that.
I didn't know he said that. I didn't know he said
He
that.
says that often. Like he'll say, "Oh, not this weekend, not this weekend." I don't know. You know, but when he does his show on Sunday, I have no problem.
I didn't even know he does a show on Sunday. So
He does. He does it on he does it at
on his channel.
He does it at 6 p.m. Eastern time.
Eastern.
On his YouTube.
So that's pretty early his time. It's only like 3 o'clock.
I think so.
Why is he doing
PM?
it so early?
I have no idea. 6 p.m. Eastern time.
Do you join?
Yeah, he brings me on by way like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, he brings me on. He's learning.
So you join this type of thing tomorrow at 3 o'clock.
Yeah, if he sometimes he has a problem if he's using his phone, his iPhone.
What if you're using your phone?
I do use my phone when he does his show. I do use my Android. I don't have any problem with the Android. I come on his show, you know. I don't.
And how does the show go with him?
Well, he talks about certain topics, but he just
He talks more than he does today.
He doesn't bring me on until the tail end.
Oh, really?
Like, because he's got to say a lot of things.
So he's talking a lot of shit.
He has to say a lot of things before he.
What is he saying?
Yeah, he talks about how people are in his area. They're stuck up. They're arrogant.
People are in San Francisco.
Yeah, they're pretentious. They're this. They're that.
I'm sure they are.
It's very expensive to live in.
Is that surprising?
No.
What does he want? That's where he lives, right?
Yeah, he's living in an area where a 1-bedroom apartment is probably
is going for like $2,500.
Probably $2,500.
I mean, come on, like, what do
Which
you fucking want?
Fucking well, he's in a nice place. He
Right,
lives in a condo.
Well, I'm just saying, what does he really want? Like, what? Okay, what is the point of his show?
Well, talk mostly rarely does he talk about the state of the nation and the world. He talks about
rarely.
Mostly it's about the people in his area.
People in his area.
Yeah, how they suck.
Are there gay people in his area?
No, not that kind of suck.
Because San Francisco is known for a lot of gay people, right?
Yeah, sometimes they hit on him when he takes a walk.
They hit on Mike. Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, they hit on him.
That sucks.
And then the neighbor has a little dog.
Why did he move there? Why did he move there?
I don't know.
Was he better off in Chicago?
I have no idea.
Well, that might be a good question to ask him.
That's if he feels like telling his life story.
I mean, if he's talking so much anyway.
I'm sure it's expensive to live in a condo.
I'm sure it is.
He's got an in-ground pool there. And
he has an in-ground pool?
I told him, you go swimming in the summertime. He says, I don't like the people that come to the pool.
I don't want to hear it. That's some fucking bull. That's some pretentious shit, man. Fuck off with that, bro. I'm from New York. I moved to Florida. I don't care who's at the fucking pool, right? I don't want to hear this fucking bullshit. That I don't like who's at. Come on, man. Give me a break.
What are you supposed to do? Stay out of the pool? You can't go.
Give me a fucking break, dude. Come on.
Like you can't,
You moved here. Take advantage of the pool. Don't be stupid.
You know, you got you got an in-ground pool. You got shade. You got
He's saying he doesn't like the people going to the pool.
you know, like people that in this building that go to the pool. Something about the people that go to the pool.
Only somebody in California is gonna say some dumb shit like that. Only somebody in California.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear that, man. I don't want to hear that.
Well, I'm glad he found some hobbies. He found a couple hobbies, and I'm glad, you know, that's the best thing for him, you know, because he needs to occupy his mind.
It sounds like he needs some help.
He needs to. I try to tell him that you can't change the way other people behave and think. You can only be responsible for yourself.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And when you're busy doing what you love, doing your hobbies and interests, you don't have time to think about other people.
Right.
You know, I
Yeah,
can't.
that's true.
I mean, look, I don't know why certain people will walk by you looking straight ahead and not even present a greeting.
Is that what he complains about?
Uh, well, he mentioned snobby people, pretentious, unfriendly.
Yeah, you're gonna get that anywhere you are.
Yeah, when you know what, they were worse in my hometown.
Yeah.
And this area is a rich area, and my hometown is like a blue collar area. And they were more unfriendly in my hometown than here.
You live in a rich area right now?
Yeah, the people across the street, they got fucking Bentleys and Ferraris and
you live in Edgewater, right? Edgewater.
yeah. It's like the homes are like at least a million or more.
At least a million.
Yeah, no, they got all expensive cars, and a lot of Koreans here. They all drive expensive cars.
Mm.
Not like here is multi-ethnic, but the Koreans live close by, and when they go shopping, they all have expensive cars.
Yeah.
You know, they probably work in Manhattan.
I'm sure they do.
Yeah, they have to. You know, and that's what it is. A lot of New Yorkers,
Maybe they work from home,
or maybe they work from home. But there's a lot of high rises here. A lot of like upscale high rises here.
See, James, that's why I don't really want to move back to New York, because I don't miss the hustle and bustle, man.
Well, I don't like the.
I don't miss the hustle and bustle.
There's the hustle and bustle. There's the chaos. There's the noise.
There's the constantly comparing yourself to somebody else.
Yeah, everybody's.
I don't want to do that.
Everybody's in competition with other people.
I don't want to have any competition with anybody.
See, look, I bet a lot of times you can just all you hear is the birds chirping outside singing.
Yeah, isn't that nice?
You got peace and quiet. You got like.
Yeah. Why would I want to deal with that?
There's way too much hustle and bustle, and also
the hustle and bustle is just it's too much, dude.
And
you know what it is, James? These days, we don't need it. We don't need it. We don't want it.
Yeah.
And we don't care about
it.
That's
not life. That's not what life is supposed to be about.
If there's anything that's good that happened out of this so-called pandemic, right? If there's anything that's good that has come out of it, it's that employees have woken up to the fact that they're worth more than what they thought they were worth.
That's right.
And that's a good thing. That's a good thing.
And if it wasn't for the employee, the fat cat wouldn't be a fat cat.
The fat cat would still be as fat as he is fat. He's gonna still be as fat as fuck, right? With our help or with anybody's help, but especially with the government's help. And the government in the pandemic years helped the fat cat to get fat and fat and fat, right? He really helped him a lot. And you know what the fact you know what the government did in 2020 for us small cats? Gave us a couple of crumbs. They gave us crumbs, a few crumbs here and there, right? And we're supposed to feel bad about that. We're supposed to feel bad about that. What about all that shit that you sent up to the fat cat over here? We didn't forget about that. We didn't forget about that. We know what you're doing, government. We know what you're doing. And you're fucking us over. You're fucking us over. And we're not taking it anymore. We're not taking it.
See,
we're not doing it. We're not doing it no more.
A worker is supposed to
have a
living wage and
you know what happened, James?
Good health care. Yeah.
You know what happened? You know what happened? We don't have a living wage no more. I mean, okay. I'm not gonna exaggerate. We do have a living wage, but it's a stupid wage. It's a stupid wage, right? And compared to what the fat cats got, it doesn't compare. It doesn't compare.
Oh, the CEOs. Ugh.
The CEOs, right? Everybody who's collecting all these checks, right? All these free checks that they were giving out for the past couple of years. A free check here. A pandemic this, pandemic that. You know, blah blah blah. Right? Everybody got a free check.
Oh, the stimulus. The stimulus.
Yes. But okay. So let me point something out. Let me point something out right now, James. A lot of people talk shit about the stimulus checks that us individuals collected, right?
Yeah.
Right. What was it like? There was like 3 of them, right? There was like 3.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. I understand the I understand talking shit about that, but what individuals received was absolutely nothing.
It was chump change. It was
chump change compared to what the corporate, what would you call corporate welfareism? Corporate welfareism.
Yeah.
That was given away to all the fat cats. Not even the fat cats, even the small cats. All of them, everybody. They just threw away fucking money. Right? If you were a business owner, you got all kinds of free shit. Why? Because there's a pandemic. Because there's a pandemic.
And
okay.
The citizen got
zilch.
That's like somebody's uncle giving him $2.
Like they say in Russian. What do they say in Russian? Niet. Means zero. Means zero. Niet.
Yeah.
That's what us clowns. That's what we got. Us losers. We got niet. And
So
but we're the ones that they talk shit about. Oh, because they gave away all this money to the individuals, to all this free money. No, man, it wasn't because of us. It was because of the crap that was invested in what the government did, what the dumbass United States government did by just giving away money, man, just giving it all away to all these businesses. You could have had a fake ass business. You didn't even have to have a real business. It could have been fake. Fake. I could have had a fake business, right? And I could have got $500,000 of a loan they called it a loan, and it would have been forgiven. What does forgiven mean? That means you don't have to pay it back. Okay, so that's a grant. So a loan that turns into a grant. How many businesses did it happen to over the past 2 years? A lot. I'm telling you right now because I know.
tens of thousands.
I know, James. I'm not just talking bullshit. I can prove this. I'm talking facts. We have been screwed, James. We've been screwed. Me and you. Me and you.
And that stimulus that the average person gets, that's
It doesn't matter. Okay, it wasn't a good idea, but it doesn't matter. It's a drop in the pond of what's going on. That seriously, that's what it is. It's a drop in the pond of the overall what's going on here. And they're trying to say, oh, this guy is bad because he got a stimulus. They're trying to turn us against each other, right? We should not be against each other. We should be against the assholes who started this. And who started it? Who started it?
That's
Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio is one of the number one assholes that were doing it during the Trump administration. Okay, he's not the only one, but he comes to mind because I remember him doing it. Marco fucking Rubio. All right, who else? Donald Trump. Donald Trump. He was there. He was the president. As much as he wants to talk shit and say he doesn't agree, he signed off on it. You know what the worst bill ever signed off by the Congress is? The CARES Act. The CARES Act of 2020. You heard of it, right, James? The
CARES Act?
The CARES Act. You never heard of it, really? That's where all this crap comes from. Who was president? Donald Trump.
Donald Trump, yeah.
As much as he wants to deny it, he was the president.
Yeah. Well, he blocked the flights going to and from Asia, but he didn't block the flights coming to and from Europe. Over 2 million Europeans came to the United States with the coronavirus. You know, but that's on his watch. But what is this now here? I like, all right, N-Man says, I like Ronnie, but sometimes he is an instigator. He used to do that with Drewski. My uncle always said that.
His uncle said that?
His uncle?
He lost me there. I don't know.
I don't know about it. I don't know who his uncle is, but I know Drewski, and I know that.
I don't care about Drewski.
Drewski is I only spoke to him one time when he was 100% sober, and he is a totally different person compared to all the other times when he is ready to pass out. That's how drunk Drewski always is.
I mean, yeah, it's really a shame what happens with Drewski.
I mean, he is seriously intoxicated. I mean, he can't talk. He can't even sit up straight. He's like,
yeah, no, it's honestly, it's just a shame.
Yeah, it's sad. It's a sad situation. So,
yeah,
you know, I really hope.
And I don't like putting Drewski on like make him look for everybody to see him look stupid. You know, I don't like that.
No, he's quite normal when he's sober. He's
I noticed that sometimes Ron Terrio does that, brings him on his show, and he knows what's gonna happen, but he brings him on anyway. And I don't know if Ron does that for the views or what he's doing, but I don't necessarily agree with that.
Just like the other guy, what's his name? Ron. What's the guy from Ohio? The older man.
No, but he's not as bad as Drewski.
He likes Ham's beer. You know.
Yeah, I mean that's fine.
Yeah.
His name is Ronald.
I forgot.
Ronald something, right?
Yeah, Drewski is. He's bad, man.
No. Forget Drewski. Yeah, I'm not even talking about that. But the other guy is Ronald. What is his name?
Oh man, it's on the tip of my tongue.
He's from Ohio.
He's from Eastern Ohio, close to West Virginia. Um. Oh boy, I hope Drewski's doing. I hope so too.
Yeah, I mean, everybody says they hope it, but nobody really cares about Drewski. Like, see, he's lying. Like, and man, to tell you the truth, I don't believe you. I think I really don't believe you. I mean, maybe you're right, but I feel like everybody in this community just takes advantage of this Drewski guy.
Ronald Sutton.
Sutton, that was the name. That was the name. Sutton.
Yeah, Ronald Sutton. He likes Ham's beer.
And it's a little bit of the same thing with him. You know, it's a little bit of the same thing with
Yeah,
Sutton.
but Ron does it for views, but then he kicks him off when he's had enough of them.
No, but it's not. It's even that. It's not funny, man. Just forget it. Like, you know, just forget it. You know, like, I don't agree with that really.
Well, Ronald Sutton.
It's kind of sick to make fun of people like that.
Ronald Sutton is banned because he swears. He curses.
Because he curses. Yeah.
Ronald Terrio show.
Ronald Sutton is not as bad as Drewski, I guess.
Yeah. No, Drewski's. He's like, forget about it, man. Ronnie,
you are a bad person. Okay, yeah, sure, whatever, man. You could say that. I don't care what you say, N man. You can call me a bad person.
well, what exactly?
What makes me a bad?
What makes him bad? Because I'm trying to remember what Ronnie over here said.
I guess I was defending Drewski or something, or the
no, you admitted that Drewski has a very serious problem with alcohol. You admitted that.
Mm-hmm.
And
and who's the other guy that I was talking about?
Ronald Sutton.
So yeah, I don't care about
Ronald Sutton. Ronald Sutton. He's very long-winded.
Yeah. Actually, I like Sutton. I used to like joining.
I think he would be. I think he would be good here because I like his story. To be honest with you, I like his stories.
I don't mind his stories at all.
No, he has a lot of fascinating stories, Ronald.
But
But the thing is, Ronald Terrio is very
Terrio, yeah, didn't like it.
He's clock conscious. He's like
I agree with you. Yeah.
But
I think you're right. I think you're right.
I would love that.
Terrio is very interested in you can't talk too long.
No, because he looks at the clock.
Ronald tried to help Drewski. Okay.
He tried to help Drewski. He tried to help
a lot of people tried to help.
He tried to help.
I don't care.
What's his name? The guy, the West Mike Hilton. Mike Hilton had a serious problem with alcohol at one time, and Ronald Terrio tried to help him.
Did he really?
Yeah, he had a talk with him privately,
Wow. No, you said Ronald bring Drewski.
Oh, I thought you said that. I thought N-Man said that.
I don't know who said it.
He would bring him on for views.
Yeah.
Oh, where did that come up? I thought N-Man would. So in other words, Ronnie Simpson brought that up, that Ronald would bring him on for ratings, for views.
Yeah, maybe. Did I bring it up?
Well, I'm sure Ronald Terrio knows what he's getting when he brings Drewski on the show. Just like if he brings Sutton on, he knows what he's getting. He's very aware of it. All right. Well, no matter how you shake it, these people, I think, use the.
You can't please these people, right?
No, I think they use the live stream liquor review shows as just a place to hang out, just a place to get drunk with other people that have alcohol problems.
Who are you talking about?
I'm talking about, like, I've seen some of the shows that are on like Saturday night, just out of curiosity. Like
Yeah.
some of the
But,
shows.
but you're not talking about like N-Man.
No, I'm talking about like some of the shows where you have miscellaneous. You had Alex
Miscellaneous.
the Beer Master. You have Eric Fraunfelter, and all of their buddies get together, and they do these shows, and they are extremely intoxicated. It's like it's not even about reviewing. It's just about it's. They're all talking.
Now, I have nothing against that, James.
They're hanging out,
I have nothing against that.
and well, it's their business. It's their life.
Right.
Now,
You don't have to review a beer.
then it becomes a hangout.
You don't have to review fucking beer. So even when we come here to hang out with you, we're not reviewing beer.
No. Well, we're talking about like important.
We're just talking.
We're talking about the topics of.
So we're talking about important stuff. When we if you're gonna switch over to what they're doing, they're talking about bullshit stuff. But that's what they want to talk about.
Right.
They want to talk about bullshit stuff.
It's bullshit connected to what they're drinking, but that's their business.
That's their business, and this is your business.
Right. Exactly. And I'm just saying that a lot of them don't acknowledge the fact that they have a problem. I mean,
So you're calling them out. You're saying that they're alcoholics.
some of them are. You could tell. You could tell by their actions, their behavior.
Their actions. Would you say that about me?
No, you're talking fine.
I'm talking fine.
You're talking fine. Yeah.
What if I wasn't talking fine?
Then then
I mean,
then we would have a problem.
what if you're comparing me to like a different time?
What if you came on
Mm-hmm.
and you had a lot to drink tonight, and you were getting
I mean that's happened before.
and you were getting rude,
Yeah.
and
Right.
and trying to antagonize me and bust my chops.
Or antagonize one of your guests or something.
Right, you poke the bear like you were. I thought that was honestly. I
was
thought,
doing with
I thought that was.
with Mick.
Yeah, like I mean.
You thought that was a little too much?
Yeah, because adults go to rock concerts. You know that.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a teeny bopper thing to go to a rock.
So you think that it was too much what I was saying?
Yeah, because he took great offense to being called that.
The next day he texted me, and he told me to. He said, "Fuck off." No, he said, "Go fuck yourself." Or he said, GFY. GFY.
I guess he was really pissed off about what you called him, and that you.
It's okay. I understand.
But then you told him you told him that you felt bad about calling him that.
Did I say that?
You reconciled
on the same time.
Maybe a second communication.
The same day, the same time though. Did I say that?
No, not that night. The next day.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay. Oh yeah.
Yeah. The next day, you made peace with him.
Oh, no, I did.
I mean, it's like calling a man a pussy.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. So
I mean, honestly, I didn't mean anything.
I mean, I personally.
I didn't mean anything.
I would not like the crowds and of a rock concert. I don't like being in crowds.
Yeah.
Like if like I used to go with my friends to the San Gennaro festival in the city, and it's like this. I don't.
But I think that's different though.
That's claustrophobic. Yeah. Well, rock concert, you got more room.
The San Gennaro, they have the sausage and
Yeah, there's onion, sausage and pepper sandwich. You know what I mean? Yeah. You got Zeppelis, you got whatever. And then you at the rock concert, you don't have that. You just have people jumping up and down, screaming, and they hit you at.
Well, maybe Mick likes that, people jumping up and down. Is that what he likes?
Well, evidently he's at another rock concert tonight.
Yeah.
He loves
So
going.
he likes to jump up and down.
Honestly, I don't know what he does because I never asked him.
Yeah. Maybe you should ask him, like, bring a camera or something. It's for the hell of it, right?
You know what they have? He should get a body cam where he can,
Yeah.
They have spy pen cams, that it's not a pen, it's a camera.
Right.
You clip it on your shirt, and they never know they're being filmed, recording, and it's high definition too.
Mm-hmm.
Like you could, let's say somebody's got an employer that you can really nail him for what he's like saying and doing, and he doesn't know that pen is recording him.
Mm-hmm.
And you got it all on high definition video.
Yeah, that's it.
And politicians.
Politicians. like you remember Elias Spitzer? You remember him?
I remember Anthony Weiner.
No, do you remember Elias Spitzer?
Yeah, the governor of New York State.
He was actually the governor. He was the governor. He was supposed to be the future of the Democrat Party. He won in 2006. I remember this piece of shit because that was like my first year that I was ever able to vote. Elias Spitzer was the future of New York. He became the governor. And then, like, 3 months later, they found out that he was using government funds to pay for a high-priced French prostitute. Remember that?
And he was using taxpayers' money.
He was paying taxpayer money for that.
Do you know that
she was a high-priced? This is what they called it: a high-priced, French prostitute,
like a call girl, an escort. Yeah.
How much do you think he was paying for that girl?
A few thousand a day.
2,000 a day, you think?
A few thousand. Well, in Las Vegas,
No, it was in New York.
Yeah.
It had nothing to do with Las Vegas. She was French. She was French, and this was going on in New York.
No, a lot more.
And he was a governor of New York.
Wasn't he afraid to be seen with her?
I mean, I'm sure he was.
As a governor?
I'm sure. Why would he want to be? Yeah, obviously.
You know what Charlie Rangel?
And you know what they did? They just said, forget it. We're not going to talk about this anymore, right? I remember this shit. I remember this fucking shit, right? Because I have a good memory. It's not just because it's a fucking Democrat. I remember all this shit that these cocksuckers do. I like you guys. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Well, let me ask N-Man. Do you remember Elias Spitzer, N-Man? Where's N-Man from? He's from New Jersey?
He's from Middletown, New Jersey.
Okay. So he wouldn't really know New York politics back in 2008. But let me ask you, N-Man. Do you remember Elias Spitzer?
Daryl Messiah is from Northern California. How are you, sir?
Elias Spitzer. Even Daryl might know. Elias Spitzer was a big name. It was a big name.
Well, it was a scandal.
No, but he was before that. He was supposed to be the future of the Democrat Party. He was supposed to be. and then he fucked it up because what happened, James? He got caught. What happened, James? What happened? He got caught.
He got caught, and why?
And that's what happened.
And people that get caught,
boys and girls, don't get caught. Don't get
people
caught.
that get caught
don't get caught.
You ever notice that famous
You ever
people?
notice that people who get caught, they're fucked?
But they feel remorse.
Don't get caught.
You hear what I'm saying? They feel remorse, but if they never get caught,
they didn't feel it before.
But if they never get caught, they don't feel remorse.
So James, does that ever happen to you? Has that ever happened to you?
If I never did anything like bad.
James, you're not a saint,
no, I never did anything like
what?
Like what he did was
he took taxpayer money.
He was stealing taxpayers' money to pay for personal entertainment.
Now, okay. What about you? What have you done?
I never stole anything really from anybody.
I never stole anything from anybody?
I did with my own ability, my own money. I never really stole because of my upbringing.
You never stole anything?
I never stole a damn thing. No. Now I've done lewd things.
So that's what you're talking about.
I've done risque things.
I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear that stuff.
No. Okay.
I don't
now, Daryl Messias, how was your Halloween and Day of the Dead? Did you have
Day of the Dead?
Well, there's All Saints Day, and then there's All Souls Day.
Okay, so what it is actually? Let me clarify this.
Oh, hold on, my underwear is riding up my friggin' crotch here.
We don't want that.
Oh. All right, go ahead.
Should I say it now, or I'll take a piss and I'll come back?
Say it, or forever hold your peace.
Should I say it, or I'll come back and then?
No, I'm okay. Right. My ears work.
So, all right, so let me tell you. All Hallows Eve, right? That's Halloween.
Yeah, and the witches call it Sam.
Okay. So hold on.
Samhain. You want an education?
Hold on here.
Samhain is what the witches.
All Hallows Eve. Halloween.
Yeah.
Then the next day, All Saints Day. All Saints Day. All Saints Day. That's November 1. November 2, All Souls Day.
Correct.
Okay. What's the difference?
Well,
the difference is everybody who has made it into heaven is considered a saint. So we are honoring all the saints,
right,
on November 1.
Now the souls could be in purgatory.
All the souls, a lot of the souls are in purgatory. So on November 2, what we're doing is praying for, it's called the poor souls in purgatory, because they're still in purgatory. They're trying to make it to heaven. Okay? That's November 2. That's the difference between All Saints Day and All Souls Day. A lot of people don't understand that. That's the difference. That is the difference.
You're correct. You're right.
I know I'm correct.
Well, I know that you know that you know that I know that you know.
And then what happens on November 4?
Now you're getting into the miscellaneous Catholic holidays.
No, I don't know.
Christian holidays.
I'm not sure.
November 4th.
November that's today, right? November 4th?
Yeah, November 4th is my show is on live. But there's got to be some and a pay what do you call it?
Well, there's always something. There's always
Crown
something.
Jewel.
So Crown Jewel.
Crown Jewel, WWE Crown Jewel.
That's tomorrow, right? It's tomorrow.
No, they had it already.
That was today.
I might be posting the whole thing on the group
Because you get it from
because
what's his name?
the fuck is this? Gabriel Salayas.
Gabriel.
I told him to come on the show, but I guess
Why
he's.
doesn't he come on? Was you scared? I mean,
they're,
come on.
they're shy. These people.
There's nothing to be scared about.
I don't know.
Seriously, what is this problem?
Yeah, we're not going to bite him.
He talks to you offline all the time.
You know what? You brought up a very good point. I know people that talk my ears off privately, but they never ever come on publicly and express themselves.
That's not good.
Now, that's
not good.
That is a little girl.
Sure.
I gotta be fair. Those are little girls. People that just James.
And that's your boy Gabriel, right?
No, he's not the only one.
Who else? Who else?
No, this other guy, Anthony.
Anthony Loria.
Anthony Laura.
Who is that? Mr. Clean?
No, Mr. Clean. I'm mad at. I'm not talking to him because Mr. Clean was up here.
What happened with Sal?
Oh, Sal
he was a cool guy. Yeah, I like him.
No, I listen. I enjoy talking about a lot of subjects with Sal, but Sal is a very devout and dedicated Republican.
That's
and,
okay. That's all right.
And Trump lover,
Sure.
and he decided that I'm a commie pinko, and he stopped talking to me. But if I send him a message, he'll just answer me like one or two words.
I like Sal.
No, I like him too, but he's too devout.
Because he's a New York guy, right? Oh, he's from New Jersey.
No, he's originally from New York, but he lives in Western. He lives in Wayne, New Jersey.
See, James, when you live down here in Florida, I appreciate all these guys that you bring on, from New York, because it's good.
I would bring him on, but I don't have a problem with his political views. I just don't. I don't debate them. I don't.
So bring him on.
I don't bring up.
You don't.
What do you call?
Sal was a funny guy. I like Sal.
Now look at the Commodore.
Sal used to put some funny gifs and stuff like that.
Yeah, I was on Ronald's show, and man,
James, I'm gonna take a piss and I'll be back in 5 minutes.
I was on Joker's Wild Wednesday. Yeah, you know something? There's a website called Daily Motion, I think, and they play the all the pay-per-views like right after it happens, and you can find the whole thing, the whole show. Trying to get this to work. Oh yeah, Salvatore. Yeah, it was good, but we didn't talk politics. That's all. I mean, I don't talk politics like with Ronald Terrio. I know he's Republican, and I just don't talk about it. I talk about other subjects. It doesn't always have to be about politics. No, see, I switched to Saturday because nobody was around Sunday. Everybody was watching football. I couldn't find anyone. That's the reason. I didn't mind Sunday afternoon, but if nobody's around, what I'm doing is, I mean, they only choose certain people to be able to stream on TikTok. But I would love to stream to TikTok instead of any other social media, because I have tons of activity. I have like I've only been there a year, and I have like over 3,200 over 3,200 followers, and it's growing by the day. And people, they interact. They interact. Like if I went live over there, this comment section would be like going like really fast. People really get involved. I tell people about the show. I got the link, the YouTube channel over there. Link. They can click on it, and they can still participate. But maybe it's because see, the funny thing about social media, TikTok has TikTok people, Twitter has Twitter people, Facebook people. I don't know why they do that. They're not people are generally, they're not well rounded. They pick a spot that they feel comfortable with, and they stay there. Like, I know this guy on Facebook, Michael Labar. He's from Oklahoma, but he's progressive. He's not right wing at all. He's very progressive, surrounded by right wing people. He's got so much interaction. He's got so many comments, but only on his profile. I say, Michael, why don't you come on the show and get these people to express themselves publicly? They don't do it. He tells me.
Do you think they're scared?
He tells me. I'll think about it. We'll see. But he continues to do stuff only on his Facebook profile. That is too limited. I like to grab the bull by the corns, like Archie Bunker used to say. I like to be out there, on a starship. But anyway, getting back to what you were saying about.
So what happened?
Daryl asked me, how am I doing a show on Sunday afternoon? And I say no, because everybody's watching football. Nobody's around.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
Yeah. So getting back to you, the madness of living in New York compared to living in Tampa, in Clearwater, you got it seems like you have peace of mind.
Do I seem like I have peace of mind?
If you were,
do I myself seem like I have peace of mind?
You seem, yeah. Who am I talking to? You seem like you have peace of mind.
I seem like I have peace of mind.
Being in Florida, being like living where you are. If you had to work in Manhattan, you would be a bundle of nerves.
Mm-hmm. I never did that though, James. That's not where I came from.
So
I lived on Long Island and I worked on Long Island.
So you lived in the suburbs.
But it was the same shit. It was the same rat race, as they call it. Which
right.
Which the point that I know what you're getting at is that I don't have a rat race anymore. And
and that rat race.
Right, and there's no more rats. No more rats. There's no more race. There's not.
Yeah.
So sometimes when you drive around, you get stuck in traffic, and you can consider that to be a rat race somewhat, I guess. But it's not the same thing.
Will you consider the job you have in Florida to be a very stable job?
Oh yes, it's very stable. It's very stable. But my job in New York was stable as well. Right?
Okay.
I didn't move down here because I didn't like my job. I moved down here because I wanted palm trees. Right? Okay. There's two reasons why I moved here.
I think like you. Yeah.
There's two reasons why I moved here. I moved here in 2019. So I'm gonna lay this out right now.
Okay.
Well, we got to go back to 2019. 2019. Okay. I moved here to the Tampa Bay area in 2019. Number one, no rat race, right? No rat race. Number two, it was cheaper, a lot cheaper than Long Island. Cheaper for what? Everything. 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 Okay. If you're gonna ask for what? Everything. Okay. So
the overall cost of living.
Overall cost of living was extremely cheaper to be here than it was to be up in New York. This was in 2019. 2019. All right.
Yeah.
Number three. Is there a number three? Okay, number three.
The palm trees.
Number three, yes. It's called your value of living. I think that's what it's called.
The overall quality of life.
It's called quality of living. Quality of living. All right. Palm trees, James. Palm trees galore. I love palm trees. Right?
Yeah,
I
like the tropics.
I fucking love palm trees, man. It's just nice. All right. One negative. A lot of old people. A lot of old people. A lot of people who are much younger than me. They're not that much younger than you, James. A lot of old people. And I just don't really like being around old people that much. It kind of annoys me.
Well, they depress you.
They a bit. Yeah. But it's not a huge deal. It's not a huge deal. Okay.
Yeah.
So going back to those things that I had said before, what was number one?
Oh, number one is the lack of a rat race. No more rat race.
No more rat race.
Overall cost of living is much.
Okay, so now that has changed since 2019. Overall cost of living here in Tampa has skyrocketed through the roof. It's gone crazy. Right? Everybody knows that. So I moved here in 2019, back in the normal days, back when things were normal. Then 2020 happened. Shit got stupid. Everybody moved down here in droves.
Oh, God.
In droves. And we're sitting now in 2023, 4 years later, and this is no longer a place that's considered cheap. It's actually one of the places in the country that's considered more expensive.
Wow.
Which is not what it was before.
Yeah, because you know what? I keep hearing, like, I heard a lot of people mention Clearwater. Clearwater this and Clearwater that.
Now Clearwater is lame. It's a lame place. You don't want to move there.
When you say lame, you mean a boring place?
It's boring. A lot of old people. You don't want to live by old people.
No, they're a downer.
Yeah, old people are depressing.
Mm.
So I moved a little bit more further south. I'm only 10 minutes from the beach. And I like that. I love the beach.
There's not an alligator problem.
There is an alligator problem. But I don't care. I mean, that's part of the adventure. I don't care about stuff like that.
Well, you just don't take
you just gotta be careful. But you know, to your point, just 5 minutes, James, a 5 minute ride a 5-minute drive from where I live, going in this direction, right over here.
Yeah.
There was a lady. I don't know what she was doing, but she got killed by an alligator. That was like 3 months ago. She got killed, eaten alive by a fucking alligator. So it's no joke. It's no fucking joke.
Where was she near? Was she near like a body of fresh water?
Yeah, that's where she was. Yeah. There's a lot of lakes and there's a lot of parks and things like that around here. They take care of the nature around here, which is a good thing. That's good. But there are quite a few lakes, and who lives in lakes?
Alligators.
Alligators
Snake.
live in lakes. Yeah.
Poisonous snakes.
So just know what you're doing. You can't get too close. But I don't know what this lady was doing. She got killed. She got killed. I mean, it's just a sad thing. But sometimes this is what happens. It happens.
Yeah.
You got to be careful. You got to be
mean,
careful.
I heard stories where like a little boy was walking by the lake.
Sure, it can happen to anybody, James. It can happen to anybody. A little boy, whatever.
They get quite big. They get like several hundred pounds when they're full grown.
These alligators don't fuck around, right? They're here. Who is here? Who was first? Who was first?
The gators were here first.
They were here first. This is their land. This is their land.
For millions of years.
Since the dinosaurs. We're just here as guests on gator land.
Yeah.
That's why they call the college football team the Gators. They're the Gators.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, Florida is even though it's a very large state, it's usually very
Florida
flat.
is just all. You know what Florida is?
Sandbar.
It's swampland. That's been dredged up. For the most part.
So originally it was just swamps.
It's all just fucking swampland. You know that, right?
Yeah.
It's all swampland.
Lake
I live in a swamp. Originally, this is what the shit. Go back, what? We live in 2023. Go back 200 years. 1823. What do you think this is? There was nobody here except gators. That's it. Okay, so fast forward 100 years. 1923. You had a few people here. They were doing a little bit of things. But for the most part, not nothing really. It was still just a bunch of mangroves.
And in South Florida, there's the American saltwater crocodile.
Yeah.
There's crocodiles.
Yeah.
But you have Lake Okeechobee. You got a swamp here. You got the Everglades.
There's swamps everywhere. James, this whole state is a swamp. It's a swamp.
Yeah. There's even
it's made out of swampland. Why do you think sinkholes is a problem?
Swamp.
Because the land that the barrier is built on is not real. It's not real. It's not real land.
No, it's not real solid land.
Right.
It's the water table's high.
Right.
And well, look, there's alligators in Georgia. They all the way up to the Carolinas.
But not as much as here.
Yeah, the Carolinas.
James,
Alabama.
But the water table here is like 0. Where compared to Georgia, it's like maybe 100.
Yeah.
This, I can't say it. I can't say it enough. Florida is not even a real state. It's fake. It's a fake state. It's a fake land.
They just kept building on.
They're building upon fakeness, things that were not there to begin with.
Did they do the same thing to Orlando, dredging and?
Well, so I mean, maybe the one thing better about Orlando is that it's not so close to the coast, so it's a little bit safer there. So they don't have to dredge and dredge and dredge. But you know, the closer you live to the coast, you, all you live on is fake land. It's just dredged up every year. They keep dredging it up. What they say about Miami is that every single year they drop about 80,000 pounds of sand on Miami Beach. If they don't do that, there's no beach. So if they skip 1 year, not do that, there's no Miami Beach.
You know where?
I mean, is that a real beach? Is that actually a real beach?
Fake.
It's fake. It's a fake beach.
Fake. You know what they have in the Florida Keys? The only beaches I ever saw. I saw 2 of them, and they were fake beaches. But you know what's naturally around the Keys? Limestone, big boulders, small, all limestone rock. I bet that's what was by Miami originally. A lot of limestone.
Well, James will never know. We'll never know.
So they create
what they did was they create paradise. And it's a fake paradise.
So the real estate industry can make a killing.
And it's been the same way for over 100 years. This is nothing new.
They manufacture paradise.
They manufacture paradise, and people like it. People like it. I don't mind it. I moved here. I'm not complaining about it, but I know what it is.
But you just don't go where it's dangerous. You know where to go.
Yeah.
You know
yeah. You mean as far as the Gators?
Yeah, as far as could be anything. Yeah, you just you stay. You got the condo, you got the pool, you got the Gulf of Mexico. That beach, and you got shopping, restaurants.
James, I got a lot of places to go, and I could tell you a lot of beautiful women.
Spanish, a lot of his Latinos.
No, white. You don't need the Hispanics. You don't need them.
They probably know how to stay away from the alligators and not get their asses bit. But how's Hulk Hogan's? You said
Hulk Hogan. Yeah, he's doing good.
He has a business. He has a business.
So Hulk Hogan has a bar on Clearwater Beach. It's in the business district of Clearwater Beach. I think he's on Mandalay Avenue. I think that's what.
Is it like a bar restaurant?
It's a bar restaurant. I've been there. The food is not that great, but he has the so he also has, it's like a rooftop. His place has a rooftop right on Clearwater Beach. So it looks out. You can see it looks nice. And then every so often, Hulk Hogan shows up, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool. Hulk Hogan shows up. He gets you excited. He gets on the mic. He does the Hulk Hogan poses and shit. He does do that.
Because he
lives right down the road. He lives in Clearwater. And so the whole thing is that Hulk Hogan loves Clearwater. Hulk Hogan grew up in Tampa. That's where he's from. He's from Tampa. You know that, right?
Yeah, I know.
That's where he's originally from.
You know what he said in a video I watched recently? He said he really got injured bad when he body slammed or he tried to body slam Andre the Giant in that WrestleMania.
WrestleMania 3.
Yeah, he really fucked up his
back.
His back, his
But
biceps.
he body slam Andre before that, right?
He tore his bicep. He partially tore his biceps.
But before that time, he did Andre. He slammed Andre before that time, right? Before WrestleMania 3.
Good question. Well,
No,
Andre
he did.
Andre
There's footage of it.
He jumped up. Andre helped him.
But there's footage of Hulk Hogan
but
slamming Andre the Giant.
He was 600. Andre was 600 pounds. When he was a heel, managed by Bobby Heenan, he wasn't 500 pounds. He was 600.
I think he was. Yeah, he was billed at like 6 something, right?
Yeah, and Hogan says it was pretty bad.
And Andre used to drink a lot, right?
Andre would drink bottles of hard liquor, wine, beers like it was nothing.
Just throw it around.
Yeah, like you drink like a whole case of beer like it was nothing.
Do you think he ever like just threw a bottle of wine at Hulk Hogan maybe?
Well, what they said was Andre drank so much.
He was in a lot of pain. That was his problem.
He was
because he was gonna die. He was gonna die.
Yeah, he had that pituitary.
He knew he was gonna die.
He had the tumor on the pituitary, and he didn't want to get surgery.
So that's why he drank so much.
Yeah, he didn't want to get surgery, but Big Show had the surgery. Okay, Big Show.
Now, do you remember when the rumor was that Big Show was Andre's son?
No, they just did that,
They used to say that though. Remember?
Yeah, that was like a kayfabe thing, gimmick. Yeah, they used to say that. Yeah, he was a WCW. He appeared in WCW.
Mm-hmm.
He was discovered. He was a bouncer in Florida. He's from Florida. Paul White.
Big Show's from Florida. He's probably from Tampa, right?
Yeah, Big Show's
a lot of them come from Tampa. I noticed.
And he was a bouncer, and he was discovered.
Why are so many of them from Tampa? A lot of wrestlers from Tampa. Because they used to have they used to have something here, right? They had like
well, there's a wrestling.
They had like an NXT thing here for a while, right?
Yeah, there was the Armory.
The Championship Wrestling from Florida.
Championship was Gordon Soley.
But I mean in the new days. Like in the WWE days.
Well, WWE now, because when Vince bought out WCW, the WCW was based out of Orlando. And
no, WCW wasn't based out of Orlando.
Well, yeah, they had a training center there.
That was only in like the early 90s, though. That WCW was based out of Georgia.
Atlanta, Georgia.
It wasn't based out of Orlando.
No, I'm talking about when they had Nitro, WCW Monday.
That wasn't based out of Orlando.
Monday Nitro.
No.
So anyway, yeah, it was Florida. It was Tampa Armory. It was Atlanta. And then they also worked with Jim Crockett up in
Jim Crockett Promotions.
Yeah, Mid-Atlantic is Charlotte, North Carolina. Mid-Atlantic.
That's where Ric Flair was.
Yeah, and Ricky Steamboat had a gym up there. Do
you remember back in the day before Ric Flair was big? But yeah, even before Ric Flair's time.
Oh yeah, I remember when Ric Flair was started out when he was young in AEW. He was like 300 pounds. He was he played college football and he was like a power lifter. And this is before the gimmick, before the
Nature Boy.
So
there was the original Nature Boy was Buddy Rogers, right?
Buddy Rogers, yeah, and his valet was
So how did Ric Flair get away with this taking
his valet was the Fabulous Moolah, a young Moolah
Fabulous Moolah?
was Buddy Rogers' valet.
And how did Ric Flair get away with stealing that gimmick?
Well,
Because he basically stole it, right? Did he ever ask Buddy Rogers if he could take it?
That I don't know. I know Buddy Rogers was retired when Ric
Buddy
Flair.
Rogers was the original Nature Boy, and I remember there was a promo in 2000 where in WCW where Scott Steiner called out Ric Flair for stealing Buddy Rogers' gimmick, and he said the original Nature Boy Buddy Rogers, and WCW suspended him for saying that.
You know where Buddy Rogers, where they found him before he got into wrestling. Buddy Rogers in the late 1940s was a cop in Camden, New Jersey, down by Philly, and this is why Buddy Rogers had a house there, and Jimmy Snuka was his next door neighbor. So that's how they knew each other.
Jimmy Snuka was his next door neighbor.
Yeah, after Buddy Rogers
really
retired. But yeah, Buddy Rogers he's from Camden, but we're talking about Camden when it wasn't a ghetto.
Yeah.
Camden was probably nice.
The 40s.
Yeah, it was a nice place, and
Jimmy Snuka lived there.
Yeah, but it turned out that Jimmy Snuka, when his daughters were young, he was married to his wife, and his daughters were there, Tamina and this one and that one. But I only met one of the daughters. Because when the promoter Gino Caruso got married, he got married I introduced him to his wife, and she was a nurse. Teresa was a nurse, and it was totally by accident. I introduced them. They ended up getting married, and Jimmy Snuka at the table at the reception. It was me, Andrew Anderson, that was in the movie with Mickey Rourke. It was Jimmy Snuka and his daughter, not Tamina, the older one. And I was with the girl I was living with, the Colombian. And who else was there? It was some other wrestler. Oh, the Metal Maniac. So it was all wrestlers at the table. And Snuka, he was pretty cool. He was real nice to me and everything. He was always a nice guy. I didn't know he got sick. I felt bad when he got real sick later on.
What happened to him?
Well, he did a lot of drugs. He had gotten cancer.
Jimmy Snuka.
Yeah. But he was always.
Do you think he killed that lady?
Well, it definitely seemed like it.
And Vince McMahon was trying to cover it up.
I think Vince McMahon, with his hotshot lawyers, bailed him.
Why do you think Vince McMahon wanted to cover it up?
Because they made a lot of money off of Snuka. Snuka was pretty famous with the WWF.
So Vince McMahon just let him get away with murder?
Yeah, in fact, like Vince McMahon was, he really loved Andre the Giant. If Andre would have got in trouble, he would have did the same thing.
Same thing for Andre. So he loved Jimmy Snuka the same that he loved Andre.
There were certain people that
certain guys
Vince was very fond of.
Those are the guys that were gonna shoot him to the top.
And the reason why Pat Patterson didn't get fired for
Pat Patterson was gay, right?
Yeah, and him and one of the referees, this black guy.
There was a thing that the Ring Boys were coming out against Pat Patterson that he was
He was harassing,
he was harassing them. Yeah.
sexually harassing them, and
Do you think that was true?
Yeah, no, it was true. He was as gay as they come. And what happened was Pat Patterson. See, Pat Patterson, Vince promised his father
That
that,
he would say, I know the story.
that he would take
He
care of.
promised his father he would stick around with the guys who were loyal to his dad.
Yeah, his
Right.
father liked Pat Patterson. He liked Johnny Valentine, Greg Valentine's father. He liked certain people, and he told
Vince pledged to his dad that he would stick around the guys that were loyal to his dad, right? Even though he knew he was gonna transform the business and shit, he decided I'm gonna do this one thing for my father. I'm gonna keep these guys around. Like Gorilla Monsoon was one of those guys, right?
right. So he kept them around,
Yeah,
and he made sure they had a job.
right.
And
You remember what Stone Cold said about Gorilla Monsoon in 1996?
no.
He said, "You got a bunch of bananas. I don't give a shit about you, Gorilla Monsoon." And then he like kicked his ass or something. He was just saying like he had bananas or whatever. Because in 1996, Gorilla Monsoon was the on-screen president of the the WWF.
Yeah.
And Stone Cold didn't like that.
And he did. He was great with Bobby Heenan.
Yeah. But I think by the time Stone Cold came around, Gorilla Monsoon was like getting out of touch. You know, he wasn't really like.
Oh, he got sick. He got cancer.
Yeah, he got sick. Yeah, he died in what, 99?
I think so. Well, him and Bobby Heenan had the same.
All these guys, they all died, and Vince McMahon made it. Like maybe that's why he's such a cocky asshole, because he made it through all these years when all these other guys died.
Well, just think about it. The Rock, Dwayne Johnson, he would have never been
A movie star. If it wasn't for the WWF.
If it wasn't for Vince McMahon, he would have never been the richest guy in
Now,
Hollywood.
okay. Now, I said the WWF. You say Vince McMahon. What do you think is more accurate? Was it the WWF, or was it Vince McMahon that made The Rock?
No, well, Vince, after his father died, Vince McMahon was the WWF.
He's not the WWF though.
I mean, well, not anymore.
No, but I'm saying even back then, all these guys have their own personalities. They do their own thing. Vince McMahon is definitely a big part.
You're talking about the management of the company, upper management.
Oh, well, I'm talking about what you just said about The Rock.
Well, what happened was, okay. You see, The Rock, he's very independent. He's going to do what he wants to do. But every time a wrestler got offers from Hollywood, whether it be Hogan, whether it be Jesse Ventura, when he did the movie with Schwarzenegger, what is it, Terminator? Not Terminator, I'm sorry, Predator. When Roddy Piper got that movie.
So the biggest one was
They Live.
When Hogan got the job for, what was it, Rocky 3?
They didn't want him to do it. Vince.
What was his name? Sugar Lips?
Thunder Lips.
Thunder Lips.
He didn't get. Yeah, but Vince
McMahon, number one, the original Vince McMahon.
He ordered him not to do the movie,
and he did it, and that's why he fired him.
Right. You see, I think they didn't want them to do the movie because they weren't getting a cut.
Yeah, yeah.
That
That's
has to be the reason.
but that's how it was back then.
Right. But they went. I mean.
So then he did it, and then he went over to AWA, Hulk Hogan, and he was a megastar.
And
in AWA.
he became Hulk Hogan.
He became and he had the white trunks, not the yellow ones.
Now Roddy Piper did Let's Live, a John Carpenter movie, right? Vince told him, it might have been Senior, but Senior says, no, I forbid you to do the movie. So Piper goes, hey, this is a huge opportunity. Me doing a movie.
Now that was after Hogan, right?
It might have been. But they all had.
It's got to be. I think Hogan was the first one.
They all bucked heads with him.
Was you talking about AWA?
No, all the wrestlers that did movies. They all.
Are you talking about AWA? The Vern Gagne?
No, Vern Gagne only had a problem when Hogan went to Japan.
He had a problem with Hogan.
He said, no, it was Vince Senior that had a problem with all these guys doing the movie, and he wasn't getting a cut. Now Vern Gagne had a problem with Hogan when he went to Japan because he said
he wasn't paying him.
He says, you're still under contract with me, with the AWA.
Now, why did Hogan go to Japan when he was working for AWA? Why did he do that?
That's a good fucking question. If he's under contract, maybe Vern Gagne was telling the truth. Maybe he was under contract with AWA.
What was Hogan doing in Japan?
If you're under contract with one, and he went to wrestle for New Japan, I think, or Giant Baba, there were two promotions. Antonio Inoki was New Japan Pro Wrestling, and Giant Baba was Inoki. Bruno worked for Giant Baba because Baba was really good to him. And, that's how he was. He was loyal to wherever promoter was good to him. Plus Giant Baba couldn't fit in the Japanese cars. So Bruno gave him a new Cadillac for him to ride around in. He was so happy. He treated Bruno like gold.
Wait, what happened?
Giant Baba, the promoter, he's a pretty tall guy.
Giant Baba?
Yeah, he had trouble. Yeah, he was a promoter wrestler. He had trouble getting into the little Japanese cars. So Bruno Sammartino felt sorry for him, and he gave him a gift of a new Cadillac. So he doesn't have to struggle. So Giant Baba was so.
Was that a real gift?
Yeah, it was a real gift. He was so happy. He showed so much gratitude for that he says, you're welcome to come wrestle on my promotion. The only thing is, like, in Japan, the fans don't get, like, they're very, like,
they're very, like, calm.
Well behaved. They don't get rowdy.
They're respectful.
There you go.
Yeah.
They're respectful. Yeah. They don't get all rowdy.
Yeah,
Stan Hansen was very famous there. Stan Hansen, he went over really big in Japan.
So Stan Hansen is known in the U.S. as what is he known for? Like
he used to carry a cowbell and hit them over the head with the cowbell. He used to spit chewing tobacco on his opponent.
He was like a WCW guy, right?
He honestly wrestled for everybody.
He never wrestled for the WWF.
No, he did. Oh yeah, he had feuds with Bruno. Sure.
Well, back in the day though.
Yeah, he wrestled for all.
Not in the modern WWF.
No. Yeah, he was. Yeah, back
Not in the
in,
not in the Vince McMahon Jr. WWF.
he had a cage match. Was it? He had a cage match with Bruno Sammartino at Shea Stadium. Okay.
Shea Stadium.
Yeah, it was. It
Why did
rained.
they used to have a lot of matches at Shea Stadium? Why was that?
It's the seating, it's the ticket sales. You know, the weather has to be really good to do that.
Did you go?
No, no. But anyway, it rained, and the the mat was a little slick, I think, or no. I'm sorry. It didn't. They also did that with Bruno against Larry Zbyszko. They were at Shea Stadium. All right. So
Yeah, yeah,
what,
and there was quite a few times
what
at
happened was,
At Shea Stadium.
you know,
There was the Rumble in the jungle. Was that what it was called?
the Rumble in Jungle was in Zaire, Africa, in Congo.
No. What was the one in Shea Stadium?
That wasn't the Rumble in the Jungle. Was Muhammad Ali against
But
George Foreman.
there was of some kind of Rumble.
Royal Rumble?
No,
No.
there was a Rumble in Shea Stadium.
There was
It might have been Antonio Inoki versus
Muhammad Ali.
no.
Yeah, he did. They did have a big thing.
Was it Muhammad Ali? But there was also a wrestler that did something.
Oh, Chuck Wepner fought Andre the Giant.
No.
The Bayonne Bleeder.
What did you just say?
Chuck Wepner, the Bayonne Bleeder, the boxer,
Yeah, what the fuck is that?
fought Andre the Giant. And you know what?
He fought Andre the Giant.
He knocked Andre out of the ring. No, Chuck Wepner wasn't fucking around.
Really?
Yeah, he's a famous boxer. Fought Muhammad Ali, and that's where Stallone stole the idea for Rocky.
Oh.
And Chuck Wepner was suing Stallone because it was patterned.
Really?
He was the Bayonne Bleeder because he's
the Bayonne Bleeder.
He used to get fucked up. You know, his face would get puffy, and
oh, really?
And he would get cut all the time. But he was a big guy, 6'6".
Yeah.
So he had a match.
What was his name?
Chuck Wepner.
The Bayonne Bleeder.
Yeah,
Bayonne, New Jersey.
Bayonne, New Jersey Bleeder. Yeah, and he fought Andre, and he pissed Andre off.
That doesn't sound as good as Rocky.
Yeah, Rocky Balboa is patterned after Wepner Ali. So in other words, Apollo Creed would really represent Muhammad Ali, and Stallone, who got all punchy, represented Chuck Wepner.
Wow.
And there was a big lawsuit about that.
Wow.
Thunderlips. The ultimate man.
Thunderlips. Yeah.
He said the ultimate man versus the ultimate meatball.
The ultimate meatball.
Remember the hat he was wearing? He looked like a pimp.
Yeah. He looked like a pimp. Yeah.
Big hat with the feather.
Hulk Hogan, right?
Yeah, that's not Thunder. And I think you see that robe, that gold robe, is what Hogan wore going into the ring when he was managed by Freddie Blassie when he was a heel.
Yeah.
That was the exact, and he had that gold robe when he was in in Florida as Terry Boulder.
Terry Boulder.
Yeah, he was called Terry Boulder originally.
And he had the cousin. His cousin was Brutus Beefcake, right?
That was Brutus Beefcake.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, that was Brutus Beefcake. He had the long blonde hair also with the
They were both cousins. Yeah.
He made him look like Hogan with the the goatee.
Ever since then, Hogan always made sure that Brutus Beefcake had a job.
Yes.
Because he was his best friend.
Remember the TV series in Tampa on the beach with Jimmy Hart and?
No, I don't remember it, but I can look
Randy
it up.
Savage. It's Randy Savage.
They're talking about the beach one, kind of like Baywatch.
It was like it was a copy of Baywatch. It was a TV series.
That was before Hogan went to WCW, right?
Yeah,
What was that called?
Yeah, it was like before Hollywood Hogan.
That was called
which was the best Hogan, by the way.
It was called. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Holy shit! We gotta say goodnight. After you can.
If I remember it.
Yeah. Holy shit! 5 hours. It's 1:10 a.m. and it's like the show is 5 hours. Holy crap! I think I broke my own record.
Is that good or bad?
Yeah, I had no idea. Oh, here we go. Hold on.
Thunder. Oh, this guy's actually watching.
Yeah, Daryl knows.
Thunder in Paradise. Yeah, he's right.
Thunder in Paradise.
He's 100% right.
The ultimate
Daryl's very, very knowledgeable guy.
It's the ultimate meatball. Yeah, he's knowledgeable. I ate so much Mexican food for Day of the Dead for November.
Yeah.
November 2nd. No, I had so much. I had leftovers for the next day. You know, I had pork, El Pastor, and what the hell you call carnitas and pastor were enchiladas, and I had quesadillas, the same pork. What else did I have? Big thing.
So you did all this for the Day of the Dead?
For the honor of the Day of the Dead, because the Mexican place is right around the corner from me.
Yeah.
You know, I go there and
Now, do you really feel like you're honoring the dead?
Yeah, by gorging myself.
Eating so much?
Yeah.
You really feel that?
No, I lit a candle. It's still lit, a novena candle and
I was just asking, James.
Yeah, no, I have an altar that I made, a religious altar.
Yeah.
And a combination mysticism and Catholic altar. Because my mother
mysticism.
Yeah, my mother.
So are you Catholic or not?
No, I'm Catholic, but my mother.
You believe in other stuff?
She was in the occult. She had a lot of psychic friends. She was into the.
Well, that's weird.
She's into mysticism very, very much.
Do you believe in that stuff?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, if you believe in spirits and you believe in the afterlife, then.
I mean, I believe in spirits, but do you want to invite them into your life? That's
no, and I don't try.
Right. That's the thing.
And I don't try. I don't play with Ouija boards.
Don't fuck with that stuff.
I don't mess with any of that stuff because you don't know who you're communicating.
But you're saying that your mom did. Your mom did before?
Well, she made a big mistake working the Ouija board, and she stopped.
Yeah, no, you can't do that. You know what they say? What I've heard with the Ouija board, there was the most activity of the Ouija board was ever recorded in the 1960s, and we know what happened in the 1960s. A lot of bad things.
You had people dying of drug overdoses. You had Vietnam.
A lot of drug stuff.
You had Vietnam War. You had you know what happens?
And then it wasn't just that, but that trickled on to the later generations, and it was a very bad sign. It was a bad what do you call it? It was a bad image to portray to other generations.
Well,
right. right?
They sell it in toy stores, and it's not a toy.
And it's not a toy. And they still do it to this day. They still sell it.
They even have a glow in the dark Ouija board. You know what the Ouija board does?
No, it's a real problem. It's a real problem.
When people, I seen the planchette that moves around. When I was in high school, my mother was doing. I seen that thing fly across the room and ricochet off the wall, and that's when she stopped. But you know what the problem is? It opens up portals,
Mm-hmm. And you don't shut them.
and if they don't close them properly,
right,
that portal stays open.
Well,
so
besides not closing them, you're never even supposed to open them. You're not even supposed to go that far. So by the time you've done that, you've gone way too far.
And even let's say somebody goes too far and they open a portal, and they have the instructions on how to close the portal. How do they really know they're closing the portal?
I don't know. They don't know, and that's why you should never even do it.
Then
you should never even open it. You do nothing. Just stay the fuck away from it.
And you have no idea who you're talking to. There's no proof.
You have no idea.
There's no proof.
You think you're talking to your grandma or to your dad. You're actually talking to the devil.
Yes.
That's fucked up, man.
That's
fucked up.
A demon. Now,
you think you're talking to your family, and you're talking to the devil. I mean, that's horrible. That's fucking horrible. Did you ever try to do that, James? Good.
Well, I decided as a youth, to cease.
Now you were a youth during the crazy times, right?
Yeah. Well, I was in grammar school during the 60s, But the point is, I stopped using it.
Oh, the 70s are pretty crazy too.
Yeah, in a different way, as far as people being promiscuous, sexual promiscuity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, that has to do with it.
But when I asked the Ouija board, what made me stop when I was a teenager, I asked the Ouija board, who am I communicating with?
Why did you ask anything?
I was young and dumb and full of cum.
Did you at least do it with a girl?
No, why does it? Well, I was asking questions about a girl. My mother was asking questions about a boyfriend. But when I asked who am I talking to, and it said God, I says, "That's it, baby. I'm done. Goodbye."
Oh shit! Wow.
I'm gone.
Yeah. Good.
And that was it. And then my mother made the big mistake at that time of doing the Ouija by herself.
Yeah.
She passed out because they say never do it by yourself.
Why did you let her do it?
I ran in there. I didn't know she was doing it. And let's say this is the planchette. It's plastic. It's got a needle in the middle.
Where do you think this board came from, James?
It's going like this.
Right? Where did this board come from?
Came from the toy department in a department store.
Okay, right. Why did it become so popular in the 60s?
Because people wanted answers.
But it's real. You can actually, it is a real thing. It's evil, but it's real. How did this evil thing become a toy in the 1960s? How did that happen?
It's marketed. I think Milton Bradley or one of those companies.
Whatever it is. Where did it come from? Where did it come from?
It was marketed as being fun.
And
but
why was it in the 1960s? Why did everything bad happen in the 1960s?
So what you're saying is the popularity of the board emerged in the 1960s.
I'm not saying I'm saying that's when it was sold. It was sold as a toy at the time.
What happened was the toy company, it might have been Milton Bradley. They took it's an actual occult tool called a spirit board that goes back hundreds or thousands of years. It goes way to hell back.
Yeah.
It's called the spirit board. Somebody in corporate, in the toy industry, got an idea. Hey, let's take this. This will be cool. It's a spirit board. We'll market it to kids as being a lot of fun to use, and then all of a sudden,
And they got away with doing that.
And they got away with it. It used to say Ouija, mystifying oracle.
How many lives did they destroy?
Probably many. Look at the actual exorcist, the actual event that sparked that created the movie The Exorcist.
Mm-hmm.
It was
something happened in 1949, right?
It was a young boy.
Yes.
From the East Coast that was visiting his aunt in St. Louis, Missouri.
I think it was somebody in the army, right?
No, he was a child, and I guess his parent might have been in the military, but they were visiting his aunt who lived in St. Louis.
Yeah.
And his aunt had the Ouija board, and they were playing with it. One thing led to the other. They probably opened up the portal, and something really bad.
And they didn't close it.
They didn't close it, and it was a demon came through. And it took.
And they think this is a joke. They think this is a fucking joke.
Not when stuff started happening in the house. You know how many priests had to go, and they couldn't get this thing out of the boy, and finally the last priest went.
That's where the movie came from, right?
Yeah, and he said like a prayer to Saint Michael, the Archangel Michael.
Saint Michael, the Archangel. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what did it. That's what got it out.
I know that prayer.
Yes, I got the novena candle from Michael that I burned years ago. I got it inside.
The prayer to Saint Michael the Archangel.
Yeah, it's he was
protect us from the wickedness and snares of the devil.
That's it. There, and then I have the Saint Benedict's medallion, which priests use.
These are real things.
Priests use it for
people will look down upon them, but this is real stuff, man.
Yeah, priests use it for exorcism. Let me see, I got one. Oh, it's all the way up there. Anyway, I'll take a picture of it.
I know. I totally believe you, man. Yeah. I believe everything you're saying.
There's a big story behind Saint Benedict. It's on the internet, and it's really interesting. But anyway, the priests would bring the medallion during.
There's a big story behind Saint Michael the Archangel as well.
Yeah, right. It was in heaven. The first.
They had the fight.
Well, they have ranks, like the military, and the three archangels that were like generals or whatever. It was Gabriel, who is the Gabriel, the divine messenger. It was Michael, or in Hebrew, Michael, and then there's Lucifer, the morning star. So it was what happened. It was Lucifer that got jealous of God and took 1/3 of all the other angels and rebelled, and there was a war. Okay, then what happened was Lucifer was supposed to be the top rank. So when he was expelled from heaven, Michael took his place. So Michael has
Saint Michael.
Saint Michael has the top rank.
The archangel.
Yeah, he has the top rank. Now the Ark of the Covenant, that's supposed to have the tablets from Moses, the Ten Commandments. Those two cherubims with the big wings.
Mm-hmm.
There, one is supposed to be Michael, the other one's supposed to be another one archangel, but they're archangels.
Raphael.
Yeah, and there were never people. There were
Yeah, they were never people.
yeah,
They're
supernatural.
they're archangels.
Yeah, they have greater power than regular angels.
Right.
And so there's like others, there's Raphael, and there's a whole bunch of others. And,
Yeah. There's Gabriel was the one who came down and announced the birth of Christ to Mary.
that's right. That's he's the one that announced it. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Anytime there's an important message to be told, he's the one that
Gabriel. Yeah.
yeah, he does it. And he's the one that that appeared before Muhammad and educated him. The Arabs call him Jabril, but it's the same. It's Gabriel. And then what happened is the third caliph took all of Muhammad's um, writings from Gabriel and destroyed it and made his own. So all the radical extremist Islam, it all comes from the third caliph who corrupted what Jabril or Gabriel told Muhammad. Okay, the mosque that's in Jerusalem, the very important mosque, that was where Solomon's temple was, the original temple of Solomon, who was the son of David.
Right.
They killed Goliath. Anyway, it goes on and on and on. So
Solomon was the son of David.
The son of David. But Solomon,
What happened after Solomon?
well, the Muslims try to destroy.
It wasn't the Muslims. There was no Muslims yet until
Something happened to Solomon's temple.
the Babylonian exile. But they weren't Muslim yet. The Muslims didn't come around until the 600s.
So it might have been
It was called the Babylonian exile.
Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon.
Yeah.
Nebuchadnezzar attacked Jerusalem.
They were pagans.
Yes.
The Arabs were still pagans. They weren't Muslims yet.
Yeah, and Iran and Iran, it was Persia.
Right.
They had their own pagan religions. It's Zoroastrianism. Yeah. And
but there was no Muslims.
Not at that time. You're right. There was the pagans in Babylon. They attacked Israel. They attacked Jerusalem and destroyed Solomon's temple.
And that was prophesied in the Bible that was going to happen, because they weren't living the way they were supposed to be living. That's why they lost the kingdom.
Like with Sodom and Gomorrah being destroyed.
Right.
And also when the Israelites did not, they made the golden calf.
The Israelites were not living the way that they were supposed to be living. The golden calf was back in the days. You know who actually built the golden calf? That was Moses' brother. Moses' brother built the calf. Yeah, believe it or not.
So see how many times they
betrayed God. Many times. Yeah.
And they got punished over. And a curse was put on all the 12 tribes of Israel, or 13? 12
tribes, yeah.
The 12 tribes of Israel, every one of them, they had a curse because
they were still, the 12 tribes were still supposed to accept Jesus. Jesus came as their Messiah,
and they rejected.
They killed him.
Oh yeah, they want the Roman.
They killed their Messiah.
Pontius Pilate said, "You want to save Barabbas the thief?"
The Jews killed their own Messiah. They killed him.
Yeah.
And they can still repent for that and become Christians.
Yeah.
To this day, they can still do it.
Yeah, but you
they,
know,
but they don't.
you know,
But they don't do it.
Jesus had the power to escape that crucifixion, but he knew.
He didn't do it because he died for our sins.
Right. He had a purpose.
That's why he did it.
He had a purpose, right? And before that, the original sin and all the other sins, they weren't. They were still there after you died. You know, there was no everlasting life in the kingdom of heaven. But you know, that's why when he died and then was resurrected. That's Easter, right? Easter Sunday.
Right.
Yeah, that's how that works.
And it's still open. It's still open to the Jews who accept Jesus as their Messiah, and they can become Christians. It's not that they can't do it. They can, but they refuse to do it. After 2,000 years, they still won't do it.
Every human being is free to do that.
Every human being, but Jesus was a Jew.
Yeah. They were calling him Rabbi at one time.
Rabboni. Yep.
Yeah, before, you know, when he was teaching.
Before they killed him.
Yeah, and you know, the apostles were real screw-ups back then.
The apostles, yeah, they were.
Yeah, they were misfits.
Just like we're screw-ups, right? Everybody who follows Jesus is a screw-up, and that's the great thing.
And
we can look to the apostles as our guides, as saints.
Now they all deny.
They all left them. They all left them. The only one who stuck by his side was Saint John, who stayed at his side by the cross. Peter denied him 3 times before the cock crowed.
Mary Magdalene
was there, and Mary, his mother, was there. The only ones who were there when he died was Mary, his mother, and Saint John, the apostle.
You know,
those were the only 2.
She was the first to see him resurrected. Mary Magdalene.
Mary Magdalene was the first to see him resurrected. That is true. Yes.
Yeah, and she was originally a prostitute, right?
That is a somewhat myth. That hasn't been proven.
It hasn't been proven.
But it is known that Jesus dined with tax collectors and prostitutes. So it could very well be that she was one of the prostitutes.
Yeah,
he didn't judge. He didn't judge anybody. And he didn't, just the same way he didn't judge a prostitute, he didn't judge a tax collector. And in those days, being a tax collector was a very bad thing to do. Because if you were a Roman tax collector, you were basically betraying Israel. You know? So it was just as bad as being a prostitute. It was a bad thing to do. And Jesus dined with both of them.
You know, Paul, who was originally Saul.
Paul was originally a Pharisee. You know what a Pharisee is?
It's like a higher ranked rabbi.
A high rank Jew. Those were the ones that were fucking with Jesus, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And Paul was persecuting the Christians, and then I think he was on his horse. He had a moment where he was pushed off his horse by a supernatural occurrence.
Blinded him.
Yeah, and then he became a follower of Jesus.
Well, it was his job to go to the Gentiles.
Right, and he did.
Yeah, he did. All right, listen. I'm tired. It's
All right, James.
5 hours and 34 minutes. Thank you for coming. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right, I'll talk to you later, man.
Bye-bye. It's been a slap